Good morning, and welcome to the August 6, 2021 State Board of Education meeting, and welcome to all of those who are in attendance in the room. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are done. And please turn off your cell phones or put them on mute. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website, www.education.ne.gov/stateboard. Agenda item 1. The August 6, 2021 State Board meeting will now come to order. Agenda item 1.1. Andrea, please call the roll.
Deborah Neary.
Present.
Jacqueline Morrison.
Present.
Patty Goebbels.
Here.
Patsy Kojons.
The right side.
No, it's not on. There we go. Here.
Lisa Fricke.
Here.
Maureen Nichols.
Here.
Robin Stevens.
Here.
Patricia Tim. Commissioner Bloomstead.
Present.
All present.
Thank you, Andrea. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Agenda item 1.3. Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main hallway doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website, www.education.ne.gov/stateboard. Agenda item 1.4, COVID-19 meeting protocol. Commissioner Bloomstead?
Yeah, I'll just note that we have printed protocols for this particular meeting. Just appreciate folks recognizing others' needs, whether it comes to masking and distance, and thank you for keeping one another safe.
Thank you, Commissioner. Agenda item 2. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. The motion was made by Patsy and seconded by Patty. Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Andrea, please call the roll.
Kojons.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Morrison.
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Fricke.
Yes.
Goebbels.
Yes.
Tim.
Yes.
Stevens.
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Agenda item 3. We will now have public comment period. This period of public comment is available for any person who wishes to address the State Board on subjects within its authority. Please note that public comment should be on topics related to the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Thanks to the members of the public who have attended today. Agenda item 3.1. The motion was made on August 5th pursuant to Board Policy B9 to limit public comment to 2 minutes per person at today's meeting and to conclude public comment no later than 2:30 p.m. The board will take a 45-minute lunch break during this time to be announced prior to recessing. As provided under LB 83 from the 2021 legislature, the board waives and does not require that persons that address the board in public comment provide their physical address. The board does request that you state what town you are from. I will announce the names of 16 speakers at a time to be prepared to come forward to sit in the front row reserved seats. I will call you to the podium in the order that I call you when I call your names. Kim Salas, Jamie Gould, Lily Castellan, Melanie Coronado Amaya, Kendall Bartling, Helena Murray, Ashley Schmidt, Ava Whalen, Reese Haith, Heather Hall, Laura Rauscher, Dwayne Rauscher, Megan Hunt, Sarah Freehoff, Morgan Ryan, and Ruby Kinsey. Kim Salas. Welcome, Kim.
Hi, I'm Kim Salas. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kim, as I said, an intern of the White Part research team. We understand that as one of President Maureen's Nichols' policy priorities.
Kim, I'm going to interrupt you. Could you move the microphone closer to your, thank you.
Policy priorities for this board outlined in the March 5 board meeting to explore meaningful and intentional ways to engage students in the policymaking process. I don't believe that there has been a meaningful and intentional opportunity in relation to the standards, but our White Part research does provide that meaningful feedback. For the past 6 months, we interns have been preparing for and conducting research as part of the Adolescent Health Project, Evaluation Youth Participatory Action Research. We've had the opportunity to inform the AHP with data collected by youth from youth for the improved outcomes of youth. The Adolescent Health Project is an initiative of the Women's Fund of Omaha that provides sexual and reproductive health and education and services. We wanted to find out what students are learning in school-based sex ed, what they want to learn, and brainstorm ways to fill in those gaps. We put intentional effort into hearing about the experience of people with different backgrounds and identities to make sure these valuable perspectives are heard. During this project, we surveyed 204 youth and interviewed 21 students ages 15 through 19 all across Nebraska, with 24% of students being outside of Lincoln and Omaha areas. A topic that we thought it was important to address from our finding was inclusivity. While almost 70% of white students reported receiving sex ed in high school, only half of Hispanic, Latinx, and 44% of other students of color received any sex education. If this board is truly committed to equity, it is important to know that leaving school-based sex ed up to local districts and community as to suggest, and as it is right now, will perpetuate inequitable health education and outcomes. I'm proud to identify as a young Hispanic and queer woman who is worthy of comprehensive sex ed. Unfortunately, I feel that I was...
Time.
Information was...
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you for your time.
I just want to, I want to make one note. Obviously, the timer is over here, and so if you're reading comments, you'll want to look. She's holding up a 30 seconds and then a stop, so just to be clear.
Thank you, Commissioner. I failed to share that. Jamie Gould. Welcome, Jamie.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Jamie Gould. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, and I was a researcher on this project as well. We asked survey respondents to rate how confident they feel in their knowledge on 13 different sex ed topics. Response options ranging from very confident to not at all confident. When we looked at these responses and compared the answers of boys to girls, for 70% of topics, boys had drastically higher confidence than girls. We also asked respondents what their current sources of information are for these 13 topics, and through that, we found that boys are having much more discussion with their families about sexual and reproductive health. This is a matter of inequality. If opponents are saying that this education should be left to parents, then less than a third of girls in Nebraska will be getting educated. Another source option on our survey was pornography, and our findings show that over 40% of Nebraska students rely on pornography as a current source of information on the mechanics of sex. When comparing the responses of LGBT individuals to non-LGBT, we found that queer youth are significantly more likely than their cisgender heterosexual counterparts to consider pornography a current source of information on the mechanics of sex. For many LGBT students, families are not a safe place to turn when they need sexual health information. So if school is telling them they need to go to their families and their families are not a safe place, then they have nowhere left to turn but the internet, social media, and pornography. Again, this is a matter of inequality. I grew up with zero sex education, nothing from school, nothing from family, only social media. I can't even begin to explain how damaging that was. I felt completely in the dark, and it was terrifying. Please, don't place the burden of education on parents, because if parents cannot answer all their child's questions, the burden then falls to the child, who is forced to go to even less reliable information sources. And this data shows that girls and LGBT individuals will be disproportionately affected by that.
Stop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I am going to ask that everyone in the audience respect the speaker, no matter what their stance is, because I know that you would want to be respected as well. So let's show kindness and respect. That is my mantra. Lily. Welcome, Lily.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lily Castellan, and I'm from Omaha, and I'm also a researcher with the Adolescent Health Project. In our survey, we dove into what sources students are currently turning to learn about human growth topics and where they want to be learning about these topics. The majority of students we surveyed are currently learning about health education topics from online and social media, but want to be learning about them from school-based health education instead. Notably, students are getting the majority of their media literacy knowledge from social media, which seems almost like learning fire safety from an arsonist. Over half of our survey respondents desire to learn media literacy skills from school, which will allow them to better navigate information in our increasingly digital world. The topics that students reported learning the most about from social media are sexual orientation and gender identity. Over 3/4 of students are learning about gender identity from social media, while just over 1/4 of them actually desire to learn about this topic via this source. 72.5% of students are learning about sexual orientation from social media, while a little over 1/4 of them actually desire to. Over half of the students we surveyed desire to learn about these topics via school-based health education and trained teachers rather than from online. The second draft of the health standards by the Nebraska Department of Education failed to include topics like sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, which is exactly the opposite of what students across Nebraska have been asking for. If these standards are not readjusted to meet the needs and wants of Nebraska students, we will be letting down thousands of students in Nebraska who need us. As an LGBT person who attended grades K through 12 in Nebraska, not learning about LGBT topics in my school's health classes was really harmful to my self-image. I felt confused and isolated from the rest of my classmates. Those negative feelings resurfaced after reading the second draft of the health education standards. If the Board of Education wants human growth content to be affirming and protective in order to provide inclusive, equitable, and safe learning environments for every student, as stated in the most recent draft, then they should listen to what the students are directly asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Lily. Next up, Melanie. Melanie Coronado Amaya. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Melanie, and I'm also from Omaha, and I was also a researcher with the Adolescent Health Project. So in addition to the valuable information presented by the previous interns, I'm here to talk about the cultural and religious findings from our research. Nearly half of Hispanic/Latino survey respondents stated that their own religion made it harder to access sexual health information, while less than 1/4 of non-Hispanic and Latino respondents said the same thing. This finding is super important because it not only shows the impact of religion on adolescents and their access to information, but also shows the intersectionality that is present within all schools in Nebraska. This is also important to me because as a young Latina, religion has played a huge part in my life and cultural beliefs. Although it has helped me through my hardest moments, it has also been used to ostracize and shun others. As a student advocate and researcher, I believe that students from all around Nebraska should have access to inclusive and accurate sexual health information regardless of religion, race, gender, or sexuality. We all have to remember that not everyone is going to be religious or have a religion at all, so it is important to give adolescents the autonomy they want and deserve. In addition to the religious impacts, youth of color are significantly less likely than their white counterparts to consider family as the current source of information about anatomy and consent. It saddens me to think that many students of color cannot turn to school nor their families to get accurate sexual health information, but there is a clear pattern here. It is people of color, women, and LGBT students that are not getting the necessary information from school nor family, which results in, as stated previously, students confiding more in the internet and social media more than ever. For too long, marginalized communities have not gotten the necessary information to feel comfortable, confident, and safe, and it changes with us. For everyone listening here today, I would like to reiterate that one shoe does not fit all, and in order to progress in the future, we must listen to youth because, frankly, we are the future. Finally, we created a colorful infographic that contains important highlights of our research that each board member should have received. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Kendall Bartling. Welcome, Kendall.
Thank you. President Nichols, Commissioner Blomstedt, and members of the board, I want to thank you for accepting public comment on these standards. I truly appreciate it. My name is, of course, Kendall Bartling, and I hail from Grand Island, Nebraska. I come today for my friends, for my family, and most importantly, for the thousands of Nebraska students that would benefit from revised health standards. What we are talking about here is not so much an issue of values, but one of acceptance and recognition of differences. Including language that includes all students instead of one particular crowd is critical to ensuring that the standards you put forth are equitable. That's plain and simple. By including language that only supports one identity, a traditional heterosexual couple household, you are shutting out thousands of Nebraska families, including mine and nearly every one of my friends. The reality that thousands of Nebraskans face are absent from these standards. That needs to change. Adopting changes to these standards that re-include different family structures, that include gender identity and sexual orientation, goes hand in hand with the equity lens that you yourselves have established. Draft 2, as it stands, has not fulfilled the necessary consideration steps to ensure that all students, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, or family status, have been thoroughly included in your standards. Lastly, I just want to speak on this briefly. Comprehensive sex education ensures that students who are sexually active go about those activities in a safe, healthy, and responsible manner. It is irresponsible to assume that all students will remain abstinent throughout their schooling, and ensuring they have the tools necessary to stay safe and healthy is critical. Education is the most important tool to have in an effective sex education toolkit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kendall. Helena?
Hi, my name is Helena Moray. I'm also from Omaha, Nebraska. As a straight, white, cisgender woman, I feel fairly represented in Nebraska's sex education, but I'm here today for the people who are not. I was raised in District 66 most of my life by my two moms. Starting in elementary and middle school, I've had classmates who were confused or just plain rude about the facts that my parents are gay. For example, I've been told by classmates that my moms were going to hell or that same-sex couples should not be visible in pop culture. Of course, these were very painful for me to hear as a young kid. That's why I was so excited to see that the standards included teaching young kids about different family types. Now imagine my disappointment when I found out a week ago that this provision and nearly every other LGBTQ topic has been dropped from the standards. It's difficult for me to watch the Department of Education that is supposed to serve all students kneel over the organized anti-LGBTQ hate. Evidently, the NDE believes the respect of families like mine is not worth fighting for. Commissioner Bromstead has said it's a priority that every student is able to see themselves in these standards. If that is the goal, the second draft misses by a mile. It's hard for the more than 12,000 LGBTQ kids in Nebraska to see themselves in one sentence fragment about gender identities in the standards. If you really want LGBTQ people to feel included, Please insist on a third draft that teaches all young people how to keep themselves healthy and safe on all facets of their life, no matter their sexual identity, or their gender identity, or sexual orientation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Helena. Ashley. Welcome, Ashley.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ashley Schmidt, and I was born and raised in rural Nebraska, Wahoo to be exact. I am the mother of 4 children that I am trusting the Saunders County School District to educate. I support unbiased, accurate, and comprehensive sexual health education for my children's education so they can protect and plan for their futures. It is vital that comprehensive health information includes sexual health. It is not controversial, it is normal, and it should not be left to the home. I believe this to be true for several reasons. I want my children and their peers to get complete information in a standardized way so that we can understand one another and themselves as their bodies grow and change. I want them to be able to hold one another accountable from consent to respect for the spectrum of gender identity and sexuality. What I don't want is another failed child because they didn't get basic health information. I didn't learn anything about sex ed in my health class. I was given no information whatsoever about my body, the changes that were happening to me, or what could happen if I were to have sex. And because of this absolute lack of any information about my body offered to me in school, I became pregnant when I was 17 years old. I am the third generation of anecdotal proof that this state's history of leaving education to sexual health in its home only fails us, as I am a third generation teenage mother. Why do we pretend that our children don't have access to the internet and access to sexual health at their fingertips? In an era that everything is online, how are we to guide these children to accurate information? Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Ava Whalen. Welcome, Ava.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Ava Whalen. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, and I am a student of OPS high schools. Why are we still shielding our youth away from comprehensive sex education? Change is scary for many, but it can feel as though the world is moving on without you. But ignorance is worse. Ignorance about women's bodies, ignorance about gender identity, ignorance about sexuality. Ignorance is what upholds the current balance of power. Nothing is scarier for someone in power than the idea of having it taken away. The patriarchy is what upholds this power, and really those with privilege in our society. Knowledge is power, and giving power to those who has been taken from is how we balance that power. Giving education to children and teaching them about sexuality and consent can give them the knowledge they need to further themselves. We must start educating kids at an early age to prepare them for as fast as the world changes. Society is changing for the better when it comes to talking and learning about sex education. By putting it in our schools, we can further our health at a younger age to really grasp the concept of inclusiveness, diversity, and equity. Let's educate our youth about ways to prevent disease, safe conception, and enhancing our health without the fear of being shamed or humiliated. When you feel change, you cannot dig in your heels because you are scared. As Taylor Swift once said, "I'm done being Miss Misery for too long." Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Reese Haith.
Hello, I am Reese Haith. I am from Omaha and I attend an OPS high school. When sex education is not learned in schools, it is sometimes never taught. Women are given tips to stay safe from dangerous people, like don't talk to strangers at night, don't take the bus at night, and to never smile to a stranger. Instead of women being taught these things to conform into the man's world that we live in, we can teach all youth what consent means in today's society, how to form healthy relationships, and how to respect others different than yourself. This all can come out of the betterment of the sex education curriculum. By addressing the issue, children can By addressing the issue of sexual harassment and sexual education, we can make a better future for the children growing up now. School should be a place where you are able to learn to be yourself. In most women's case, they are taught to stay within the strict lines of the patriarchy, to follow the rules and never break them, to fit in with the crowd. It is a large wall to overcome, but no matter sexual orientation, gender identity, race or ethnicity, people should be able to embrace their true selves. No one should be shamed for who they are, whether or not on individual beliefs. With a quick Google search, we know that the curriculum hasn't changed in over 40 years. Society has changed a lot as a whole. Accepting members of the LGBTQ community and how women should be treated are still topics of debate. By addressing it in schools, our society can only grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Reese. Heather Hall. Welcome, Heather.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Heather Hall from Roca, Nebraska. I have 3 children that attend public school, and I'm here to express my extreme opposition to these health standards. I'm not going to say anything profound or anything that you haven't already heard in the past few months with these meetings. I'm just going to talk to you as a very concerned mother and as a follower of Jesus Christ. In our home, we teach our kids that God loves everyone, even those that hate him, even those that deny his existence. We teach our kids to be kind and respectful and to treat others the way that they would want to be treated, even their enemies. This is the teaching of Jesus Christ. We preach abstinence to our children and to save sex for marriage between a man and a woman. This is God's plan for sex. It's holy and it is sacred and it is not to be messed with. And it protects us from the consequences of sin, of sex outside of marriage between a man and a woman. We teach our kids to love the Lord their God with all their hearts and minds and souls. That is my ultimate goal for my children. More than financial security, more than success by the standards of this world, is to love the Lord their God. When I read draft number 1, I was appalled, and it went against so many of my deeply held beliefs and what God's word proclaims. Although draft number 2 removed much of this sexually explicit content, it's still just a watered down version of draft number 1. How can we as parents trust that you are not going to add this back in the future? I will be honest, you have lost 100% of my trust and faith in you in protecting my children. I believe you're using your position of power and abusing it by trying to implement these health standards and indoctrinate our children with the radical left's agenda and ideologies. These health standards are unnecessary. We do not need them. As a taxpayer, as a mother, and most importantly, as a follower of Jesus Christ, I demand that you remove these standards.
Laura? Welcome, Laura.
Thank you. I'm Laura Rauscher from Lincoln. I do not appreciate needing to come here to spend my entire morning waiting to address you for 2 minutes. You hired professionals are now being paid to listen to us. I always believed that you would sift through the best curriculum, find the most up-to-date data to teach our children solid concepts. Instead, we are here to try to stop you from the perversity of what you plan to teach your children. Your watered-down version of the second draft shows how you still intend to have it taught in school and the perverse sexual orientation of most of our precious children. I believe God's word does not return in void. Therefore, I'm quoting the NIV version and paraphrasing. Genesis 1:1 through 1:24 tells us how God created the entire world with a word. He spoke it and it was done. And then in verse 126, let us make man in our image, in our likeness. In his own image, in the image of God, he created him, male and female, he created them. By God's word, all is created, and every word he speaks has authority. Matthew 18:1 through 7. At that time, the disciples came to Jesus and asked who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And he called a little child and had him stand among them. And he said, I tell you the truth, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, who humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever welcomes a little child like this in my name welcomes me. But if anyone causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a large millstone, several cement blocks, hung around his neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to sin. Such things must come, but woe to the man through whom they come. And verse 10, see that you do not look down on one of these little ones, for I tell you that their angels in heaven always see the face of my Father. I thank you. Oh, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Dwayne Rauscher. Welcome, Dwayne.
Hi. Thank you. I'm Dwayne from Lincoln, Nebraska. I just wanted to talk with you a little bit about the masks, about the COVID, about the shots, about the sexual orientation with man and woman, because I think you have so many things that are being thrown at you at once, but what is the truth on these things? What do we need to know? What about the mask? Are they beneficial or are they not beneficial? Are they helping or are they hindering? Then part of it is too, what benefit is there financially by wearing the mask? I think so many of the things that Department of Education gets through grants and stuff is associated with the agenda of masks and the agenda that's going on coming from the U.S. Department of Education. So your money is flowing downhill here. So I think sometimes they have their hooks in you, in this organization, to be able to just pocket money. Is it really the finances that you're interested in, or is it the children that you're interested in? The kids need to be children. They don't need to be growing up quicker than they need to be growing up. Homes can take care of the sex education stuff if they're willing to stand up and do it. And I pray that the parents stand up to do it. I also wanted to ask, what is driving this change? Where is it coming from? What is really going on? Have you thought about that? Where is it coming from? Why is there such an overwhelming number of items that are being thrown at you? And whose agenda are you really following? Are you acting in the best interest of those you serve? That would be my big question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Megan Hunt. Megan Hunt. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. A lot's going on. I'm Megan Hunt. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I'm a state senator, and I represent the neighborhoods of Dundee and Benson and Keystone in Midtown Omaha. And I'm here to give some of you some political courage that I know that you have, but perhaps you aren't standing in when it comes to the opportunity to update the health standards for our students. In 2018, I was elected as the first out LGBTQ state senator in Nebraska's history. And I am a mother to a public school student. I am a rape survivor. And I can't help but think about the arc that my life has taken and how different it could have been if I had had comprehensive health education growing up. The types of things that I wouldn't have had to deal with, the depression and the anxiety that so many other kids deal with today. And I'm here to speak on behalf of so many of those kids who cannot be here today. And I'm just in awe of the students who have already spoken and who have come here to Lincoln today to speak to their Board of Education. You know how nerve-wracking that can be for young people, especially in the face of Christian adults who are behind me laughing at them. And I say shame on them for that. So let's talk about the reality. Parents still have the ability to homeschool, and they have the ability to send their kids to private and alternative schools, which many of them are. And parents will be able to opt out of this curriculum if they want to. The standards don't dictate that one way or another, and this is universally the practice. The second draft of standards has a whole introductory paragraph about parent involvement, so any concern about lack of parental control is not valid. Finally, I want to give you some courage about the legislature. We are a second branch of government.
Time.
The Christians would like me to stop. Thanks,
Time.
everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Sarah Frioff.
Good morning. I'm Sarah from Crete, Nebraska. In the late 1970s, a Sika sex ed film was shown to our Nebraska governor, then Governor Exxon. I watched our governor almost fall off his chair in shock as he watched a pornographic sex ed film that had been shown in many Nebraska high schools. Livid parents brought that film to a Nebraska state school board member. Wise, assertive parents took action, and that film was banned from our state. Fast forward to today, we still have a very bloated State Department of Educrats and SBOE. What I have seen of your proposed standards, curricula, or whatever you prefer to call it, I label as revolting. How dare you destroy the innocence of childhood while grooming our kids and our grandkids to become potential sex perverts, ready for the sex traffickers? How dare you ruin our children's healthy view of love, marriage, and family with this garbage? How can any of this trash you claim as health ed do anything positive toward promoting academic excellence, knowledge, math and verbal skills, and appreciation for the arts and for the freedom and liberty granted to us in this amazing constitutional republic? Confronting you today are many wise, assertive parents and taxpayers who say enough. No more of your egregious educrat manipulation of our children into something God never intended them to be. Public schools were started in America to teach children how to read so they could read the Bible so they could be saved. At one time, public schools advanced academic excellence. More recently, it's been the DDDs, the deliberately dumbing down. Your pathetic sex ed standards are a super good example of that. We've had it with the federal bandwagons, federal and state mandated, outcome-based education, Goals 2000, No Child Left Behind, Race to the Top, and Common Core. Kids are born with a desire to succeed. If they are not taught academics, or if they are distracted with inappropriate sex ed, transgenderism, and critical race theory, to name a few, they're still going to succeed, but with the DAS, the drug, alcohol,
Time.
and sex. How
Thank
dare
you, Sarah.
people blatantly dumb down our
Time.
children by sexualizing them?
Morgan Ryan. Welcome, Morgan.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Ryan. I'm a student in District 66 and a trained peer health educator. Last week, Commissioner Blumstead stated that the purpose of health education was, quote, to make sure that students are prepared for the environment that they're going to enter into post-high school. Well, these standards fail, massively. The fact remains that there are sexually active students in every one of your districts. That's a fact, and closing our eyes and plugging our ears to this reality just isn't a viable option anymore. According to a poll, most Nebraska kids, teenagers, want to learn more through school-based sex ed than they're getting now. This includes birth control, gender identity, sexual orientation, and the mechanics of sex, all content that has been stripped from the standards. I'm not sure that anything represents the astounding inadequacy that is these standards better than the fact that I received more education on the mechanics of sex from my Catholic grade school than I would have as a high schooler under these current standards. It makes me sad to see the Department of Education decide that information on birth control, a huge part of a healthy life for many young women, is expendable, that our health is expendable. This is despite the fact that nationwide, 94% of high school parents support birth control and sex ed. The second draft changes were justified by saying that the NDE wants to let school districts develop curriculum that meets their needs. However, this condition is already met because these standards are voluntary for schools to begin with. So I ask that you all use this opportunity to tell every Nebraska child that this body believes that their health is worth fighting for. Omitting basic, expert-supported sex ed from these standards conveys the message that you care more about political expediency than the well-being of young Nebraskans. We deserve the opportunity to live healthy and safe lives no matter our zip code or our sexual orientation or the personal beliefs of people in power. Yeah, you're going to have to fight all the people here, but I think we're worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Ruby Kinsey. Welcome, Ruby.
Hello, I am Ruby Kinsey, a senior at Wayne High School. I testified in May and told you about the very insufficient absence-based program I had in junior high. I am disappointed and angry with the second draft of the standards. You have taken out anything regarding sexual orientation and most of anything regarding gender identity. You have basically made a whole group of Nebraska's youth feel unseen. This is especially important to me as I am part of that group. I struggled throughout an absence-based class called Why Am I Tempted? Confused and worried that I wasn't tempted. While girls my age were talking about their crushes, I was thinking there was something wrong with me. 2 years later, I figured out I am asexual. I do not experience sexual attraction. During those 2 years, I was confused about who I was and was afraid to discuss it. Had there been even a short lesson in a comprehensive sex ed class to identify different sexual orientations, maybe that 2 years could have been much different for me. I've noticed that there have been very few teens involved in this discussion. Why wouldn't you want us to talk about what we want to learn or wish we had learned? If in 8th grade they sensed we were already having feelings of sexual attraction and that we were old enough to learn that we should abstain from sex, are we not old enough to then learn the correct terms for different sexual orientations and gender identities? Learning these things are not going to make children not heterosexual. It will just give them the knowledge to know who they are and that there are different people out there and to treat every human being with respect and kindness. I urge you to include sexual orientation and gender identity in the next draft and to not discard Nebraska's LGBTQ+ youth.
Thank you, Ruby. Did I by chance miss any one of the first 16? Okay, you may go back to your seats. The next group, Riley Welsh, Karen Schrader, Michaela Atkins, Aiden Whalen, Anila Jayan, Bria Gilmore, Isaac Bernud, Lauren Melicon, Ava Nitcher, Eric Reeder, Isabel Salas, Marshall Johnson, Julie Sheldon, Liz Davids, 30. Stephanie Johnson, and Jody Morganson. Riley Welsh.
Good morning. My name is
morning,
Riley. Hi. I'm from Omaha, born and raised. In high school, I was a member of Teen Council, which is a program where students teach other students comprehensive sexual education. I saw and felt the difference that it made on young people. Students felt acknowledged, uplifted, and safe. I felt the importance of having a community reaffirm that they had the right to information about their bodies, their identities, healthy relationships with others, and informative decision-making. I address you today to encourage a third draft of the Nebraska Standards of Education to be written that includes information that will provide students with medically accurate knowledge regarding their health and safety. This draft must include LGBTQ+ identities, gender identities, pregnancy prevention and STDs, consent, and sexual violence prevention. If we have a limited amount of knowledge, we will have a limited understanding. Teaching with fear and shame is setting students up to fail. You hold a responsibility in sharing tools with young people for healthy decision making. As a community, we hold a responsibility to show them that there are available resources for every student in any situation, especially LGBTQ+ youth and youth of color who have to fight even harder to find these resources. We have the power to lead a generation of students who don't have to unlearn this fear and shame, who don't have to jump through obstacles later in life to learn that they had the opportunity to learn honest and helpful information from their trusted leaders all along. Let us show them that their own school teachers are their resources. Once more, I ask you that the standards of health education reflects the needs of our youth fully and honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Karen Schrader.
Madam President, I just want to know, say your name and where you're from again.
My name is Riley Welsh. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay, and what school?
Omaha Central High School.
Thank you.
Karen.
Maureen.
Jacqueline.
I would ask that that we be consistent in what we ask the information that we ask the speakers to disclose, just for everyone's own safety concerns, but also just for consistency.
So that would be their name and where they're from, correct?
Correct.
Karen.
We're good? Okay. My name is Karen Schrader. I live in Omaha. I'm Nebraska trained and currently practicing family medicine physician assistant. And I've provided paid and volunteer services in internal medicine, primary, urgent, and acute care to insured, transient, diverse, immigrant, and indigent populations in Omaha and Lincoln for 25 years. I'm also a mother of two and a grandmother of two. I'm here today at the Innovation Center to encourage you to advocate for and seek to adopt a newer draft of a more comprehensive, age-appropriate, evidence-based Nebraska sex and health education standard for the K-12 curriculums as a proactive and preventative health measure. As a mother and a health provider, I understand the benefits of preventive care, such as well visits and vaccinations to promote health and avoid illness. We start these in infancy and continue to seek health benefits into adulthood. Medical research supports those practices, and decades of research supporting sex education as part of school-based human growth and development programs. These similarly are desirable as high-yield investments in prevention. Effective and comprehensive self-education as part of health education curriculums for students has been shown to promote better social, economic, health, and relationship outcomes. We know that 50% of students will have sex before they leave high school. A few of them will be STD tested. When I see students and parents in my clinic, I'm appalled and saddened by the lack of preparation for sexual risk and in sexual development and growth. The lack of information about access to counseling, advisement, treatment, contraception is diffuse and needs intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Madam President, am I allowed to ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Okay. Our speaker, did I hear right? Did you say 50% of students will have sex before leaving high school? Yes. That's correct? Okay, thank you.
Michaela Atkins.
May I begin, or?
Welcome, Michaela.
Hi, good morning. So my name is Michaela. I am from Omaha, Nebraska, and I identify as a Black, bisexual Christian woman who supports comprehensive sexual health education. I support an education that is inclusive and affirming, I support an inclusive and affirming environment that teaches young people and children how to protect themselves from sexual assault. I support an education where each student feels safe and comfortable in their classrooms and can apply the teachings to their real life. Young people deserve an education that accurately represents their identities and realities. This is not the education we have now, and that must change. My goal in speaking with you all today is to encourage us to have this education for the students of tomorrow. If I had have had this education when I was in school, I would have never questioned who I was growing up and whether it was right or wrong. And the students of tomorrow should not have to question themselves either. When we erase LGBTQ+ identities and refuse to acknowledge the realness of racism, we are conveying the message that people who look like me do not matter. These conversations must be normalized instead of feared. This normalization needs to begin in schools and classrooms. We must encourage and empower our youth to explore who they are, but they can only do this if they feel safe. Knowledge is power, so let's give youth the power and the autonomy that they deserve. I will never be satisfied until we acknowledge people's identities, and that is the bare minimum. Before I go, I just want to say one last thing, that you can be bisexual, be Christian, and support human rights all at the same time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michaela. Aiden Whalen.
I have another time too.
Welcome, Aiden.
Hi, I'm Aiden. I'm from Omaha. Okay. I am one of the many queer and transgender students that will be affected by these health standards. It is up to you to decide whether it will be a good effect or a bad one. Inclusive health standards pave the way for more inclusive education in the classroom. It creates conversations that will acknowledge everyone, and it gives resources to those questioning their gender and sexuality. Inclusive education is not a bad thing. It will not turn our children gay or trans. It will not force beliefs onto our children. The only thing it does is create a space where every student feels safe and a sense of belonging. That safe environment is something I crave and something that I need and deserve. If I heard my identity being taught in school, I would not feel the loneliness I do now, and I will not feel the loneliness I felt 13 months ago. 13 months ago, I attempted to take my own life. I was not appreciated at school, so I figured I was not appreciated anywhere else. This is a shared experience amongst our LGBTQ+ youth. We are pushed to self-harm and suicide because of the misinformation and ignorance amongst our peers, taught to them by the adults in their life. Teaching gender identity and sexuality in the classroom means all students receive the same information. They do not hear what their parents want them to. They do not hear opinions. They hear facts about our identities that will shape them into kind people who respect everyone. It won't shape them into people who come to these events and bully children. As Nebraskans, we need to think about the future of our state, our children's futures. The lack of education is pushing people away. My friends, myself, my classmates, none of us want to stay here because we do not feel respected. We do not feel like we're appreciated here because our classrooms do not reflect it. If we continue ignoring the existence of marginalized voices, we will ignore you back. If you can choose to have a disrespectful and ignorant present, but that means you will have a non-existent future. It's time to listen to the voices you are trying to smother and give us the education that we deserve for the future of youth, the future of education, and the future of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden.
Do you want me to leave this up here?
Ananya. Welcome.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify
Could you
today.
get closer to the microphone?
My name is Anjali Jain. I'm currently a student in Omaha, Nebraska, and a trained peer health educator. I vaguely remember my health classes in middle school. The stigmas of sex education would always make students laugh or feel uncomfortable, but what I can clearly remember is the lack of LGBTQ representation in the health curriculum. There wasn't anything mentioned regarding sexual orientation or gender identity. And although my peers and I would like to learn about these topics in a safe space, such as a school setting, students were either ashamed to ask or educators were prohibited to speak. The belief that sex education should only be taught at home is discriminatory to those who don't have access to reliable resources of information. As young people, we have the right to learn accurate and reliable health education that includes gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, STI and pregnancy prevention, health disparities, intersectionality, and consent. Statistically, LGBTQ folks are more likely to not only feel unsafe in schools, but also are more likely to experience sexual violence later in life. A 2020 survey by the Trevor Project found that 40% of LGBTQ+ people seriously considered suicide in the past year. And when we fail to be open-minded to those who differ from us, we comply to the hate and discrimination our community faces, and that is no excuse.
Not every child is raised in the same household, nor will have the same future after high school, which means that it is more crucial than ever to teach about such topics during school, where Nebraska students will have access to inclusive and equitable health education. I ask that we should create a new draft that is genuinely inclusive to all students in Nebraska. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anaya. Bria Gilmore. Welcome, Bria.
Hi, my name is Bria Gilmore, and I'm a 19-year-old student at UNO. I'm gonna start with a story, if that's okay. As a young black girl, my mom felt it was her job to protect me from a world who did not want me. She immediately began to control the media I took in and the information I was afforded access to. From an early age, I was opted out of every human growth and development class as early as first grade until high school. And to put it bluntly, I was clueless. My parents had the mindset that what I didn't know wouldn't hurt me, and that was mostly true until it wasn't. I knew nothing about my body, more importantly, healthy relationships, warning signs, or even who to go to if the worst may happen. And unfortunately for me and many others, the worst did happen. I was lost, confused, and I could only blame myself. My assault was not my fault, but I thought it was. This is preventable. Ignorance is not bliss, and knowledge is power. It's okay to be scared. We all want what's best for our kids, but fear and shame-driven sheltering has never been the answer. Medically, scientifically accurate information has never been the cause of growing up too fast. Instead, it helps equip young children with the information they need. The information I needed when I did not have it. Comprehensive sex education prevents sexual violence, validates identity, and saves lives. This is not a laughing matter. We can learn from the past. And if we want our children, no matter who they are, to be happy, healthy, alive, and well, we need to do better. It's important to take the collective knowledge of personal experience and use it as a driving factor for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Bria. Isaac? Isaac? Welcome, Isaac.
My name is Isaac Burnett. I'm from Omaha. The second draft includes 0 mentions of contraceptives or birth control. In fact, it doesn't mention sex as an activity for anything other than reproduction at all. Simply acting like sex doesn't exist is barbaric, as is relying on abstinence, which is like saying, don't want to choke, don't eat. Sexual desire is one of the strongest urges known to humanity, and this draft proposed we ask children just to pretend it doesn't exist, which is very smart, as everyone knows teenagers never have sex or do anything they're told not to. Lack of sex ed has been scientifically proven to harm society in several ways. No sex ed means more unwanted pregnancies. No sex ed means more STIs and STDs. Most importantly, more sex ed means far more abortions. When countless teenagers become pregnant due to your reckless injection of your personal beliefs into our educational system, how many of them do you truly think will decide to keep the baby when the mother will be 15, 14, 13? I definitely say you should vote yes for second draft if you want more abortions. All the ones that result from it will be all thanks to your help. No birth control has another major effect. The many, many single mothers that will result from these education standards will be unable to live normal post-high school lives and will have sincerely damaged their chances to get an early chance at a successful job. Because of this, you are harming all the women of Nebraska in the future, damaging them financially and hurting them socially as they lose their independence. This will quite obviously set back the women in our state by not allowing them to achieve their full potential. By voting yes for this second draft, you're telling your daughters they matter far less to you than your sons. The idea that not knowing anything about sex will prevent teenagers from engaging in their natural desires is completely nonsensical. If anything, not knowing anything about the risk would make them more curious about sex, not less. Think it this way. You're walking through a desert, you're very thirsty. You find a small oasis of muddy green water. Farther off in the distance, you see some much more clear water, but you're very thirsty and tired, and no one has taught you anything about which pool is safe, so you decide the green water is good enough. Of course you choose the green water. After all, it'd be completely illogical to choose the clean water because it takes far more effort to reach there, and there's probably not any risk in the green water anyways. Of course, in this case, the green water is unprotected sex, and the clear water is sex with proper knowledge. If you wish to increase abortions, harm the future of half the human population, and be ultimately completely ineffectual in stopping people from having sex.
Thank you, Isaac. Lauren Melicon. Welcome, Lauren.
Hello. I'm a student at OPS and I'm 14 years old. Leaders in our government need to start taking action. They're the ones who can help create and sustain a comprehensive sex education curriculum. The world is moving fast, but we need to move quicker. Teaching a curriculum that was written before closer to the AIDS epidemic rather than the legalization of gay marriage, with modern medicine changing so much and so fast, what we are learning today is not enough. Leaders in our community must stand behind better sex education and start learning about what good sex education looks like. Our generation has grown up with the information superhighway at their fingertips. It has changed the way we interact with information, interact with the world, and interact with each other. We live in a world where the youth learn more about sexuality, gender, and sex education in general on TikTok, Instagram, and other social medias than their own schools. Their own schools, a place where they're supposed to figure out who they are and prepare them for the world. It's scary to know that men my age are not taught proper education on women's bodies due to the lack of information taught in sex ed. I have talked to men my age that don't know how periods work, how half the population has one. With the failure to teach this information on women's bodies, this leads to misinformation and harmful tendencies because of ignorance. Not giving men the basic knowledge they need because it makes them uncomfy and making up excuses for them is not a step forward. It's a good 10 steps back, and that is not what we need. Teaching this generation a standard written before their parents are born is not teaching them anything. We have the chance to change everything and change as many things, change the way many things are viewed in society. As Taylor Swift once said, today is never too late to be brand new. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Ava? Welcome, Ava.
Hi. What has led to the lack of good comprehensive sex education today? Well, it led to extreme amount of bullying to many students because of their race, gender, sexuality, and beliefs. Having a good curriculum for students to learn will start to teach them about what they are seeing in the real world. Most students learn things from their parent or guardians. We can't leave things like gender identity, consent, sexual orientation, birth control, etc., up to parents and guardians. It needs to be taught in school so we can create a more inclusive and kinder environment. The prejudice and bigotry I see every day can easily start to change and become better if we add better sex education to our schools. 60% of the 17% of students who seriously consider suicide identify with the LGBT+ community. We must stop accepting how bullying is affecting our environment where students should feel cared for and safe. I cannot watch any of my fellow students and friends die because of your lack of education. We can change this. You can change and you can help this. With effective age-appropriate concepts about gender identity, expression, sexual orientation, consent, birth control, pregnancy, and disease prevention. Thank you.
Ava, I have a clarifying question.
What'd you say?
You mentioned a piece of data, 60%. I missed what followed on that.
60% of the 17% of students who seriously consider attempting suicide identify with the LGBTQ+ community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eric, reader?
Good morning. My name is Eric Ryder. I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. My pronouns are they, them, and their, and I'm here today as a lifelong Nebraskan and a member of our state's vibrant and resilient LGBTQ+ community to express my utter disappointment in the choice to almost entirely erase LGBTQ people from these comprehensive sex education standards. I grew up in a town of 500 in east central Nebraska where sex education was a unit in our 9th grade health class. Our gym teacher taught it even though he didn't have any training. He put things in crude terms, telling us to just, quote, pull out and ejaculate wherever, unquote, if we didn't have a condom. Suffice it to say we weren't provided with medically accurate sex education. Lack of medical accuracy wasn't the only glaring error in our education. There was also no comprehension of gender identity or sexual orientation. I had no idea that anyone else in the world felt the way that I felt. I didn't know the language to describe my own sexuality or gender identity until my mid-20s. Experiencing this inner push and pull of who I was led me to attempting suicide at ages 13, 16, and 19. Comprehensive sex education is suicide prevention. Creating space that is affirming and providing resources to explore someone's authentic self will keep them alive. I got cheated out of a childhood because mine was spent in a closet. My schools failed to equip me with the necessary tools to make informed choices about my sexual and reproductive health care and identity. I urge you to include these elements in a third draft that shows a commitment to keeping LGBTQ+ youth healthy, safe, and alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Isabel? Welcome, Isabel.
Good morning. Just gonna do this. My name is Isabel Salas. I live in Lincoln now, but I grew up in Lexington, Nebraska. And I'm here today to ask you to basically do what everyone else is asking you to do, is to include sexual orientation and gender identity as part of our sex ed standards. Just like other folks have said before me, erasing LGBTQIA+ folks from our public school curriculum won't stop Nebraskans from being gay, nor will it stop Nebraskans from internalizing homophobia and transphobia in our everyday lives. What it did and does currently do is force youth into the closet, keeping them from being their true, authentic selves and inhibit their understanding of their peers, who are just as deserving of love and respect, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. What is dangerous is letting hateful, narrow-minded people attach shame to parts of our identities and the identities of our youth from our most formative years. Instead of adequate language and material on our identities, my peers and I received shameful sex education, including having to sign an abstinence pledge in the 7th grade, and also as part of our sex ed class, we watched an over-dramatized movie called She's Too Young that aired on Lifetime about the dangers of oral sex. And this was in the 7th grade. What really makes me sad, though, is that I have identified what I call the gay glow-up in my peers, where we leave our hometowns and then we all glow up. We're all the most true and authentic parts of ourselves. And I'm so sad that our community and our hometown was not able to experience that. Our communities in all of Nebraska, but especially in rural Nebraska, are missing out on these vibrant, exuberant youth who are so proud to be themselves. They are killing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Marshall. Welcome, Marshall.
My name is Marshall Johnson. I'm the senior pastor of St. Luke United Methodist Church in Omaha, Nebraska. I live in Omaha. I appear before you as a citizen and as a person who's had the privilege and the pleasure to be an elected school board member in the state of Nebraska, and as an ordained United Methodist pastor. As a person of faith, I believe in the diverse creation of humanity and the sanctity of each person. We are not all created alike. Not acknowledging that reality does not make it any less true. My faith leads me to believe that we are all created to receive the same dignity and respect. As a former school board member, I was proud to serve what I thought was the most important institution for my community. I was not elected to serve the majority of the students in the school, nor the majority of the families in my community. I was asked, to the best of my ability, to serve them all. Guidelines for public education need to reflect the reality and experience of all students. To not name and acknowledge the experience of LGBTQIA+ students diminishes everyone's education and denies individuals the opportunity to learn in a supportive community. As a citizen, it is in my self-interest to live in a community where each person has the opportunity to develop themselves through education. In a state that struggles to keep its young citizens, we need to do everything we can, not only to provide quality public education, but also to inspire in students a belief that they have a future in our state. And finally, as a graduate of a rural public school in central Nebraska, I can only wonder how a well-rounded human development education would have affected my transgender classmates' experience of school, community, and their own personal development. My hope and concern is that my grandchildren will have a broader and more complete education than I received. I encourage you to put the language addressing gender and sexual orientation back into the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Julie Sheldon. Julie Sheldon. Welcome, Julie.
My name is Julie Sheldon. I am from here in Lincoln. I went to LPS schools, and I want to caution all of you to take all of the statistics you've heard today with a grain of salt, as we have no idea, a lot of them, what the sources are, what the pool was. Statistics can be manipulated if you choose to pick a pool of all like-minded people. And also, I feel like with the slam against all of the rural communities today, that maybe those students were not polled in any of these particular polls that they're quoting. I also wanted to say that no one here, I don't believe, is calling for attacks against the LGBT community or want them to be bullied or anything else. Don't want anybody to be bullied. However, there should be certain protections against some of the standards that you guys are proposing, as these are adult issues. We need to focus on the science. Obviously, gender is one, there's two genders, male and female. The rest of that is up for debate, whether that is factual or not. And as for sexual orientation and those sexual identity being taught, I think that's very, very inappropriate, as I don't believe anybody here wants to know what my sexual preferences are or what I choose to do in my bedroom. We need to protect our children from being sexualized. And I would like to say I am also a parent who had children young. My first son was born at 15, my second one is at 17. And I want to caution everybody who says that parents have the option to opt out. Parents often don't know what's going on, and I can speak to that as a student. When I was 16 years old and pregnant with my second son, LPS staff members took me out of school, took me to Planned Parenthood, where I took a pregnancy test. My mother was never consulted. She was never asked if that was okay, and afterwards she was never told that it happened.
Thank you, Julie. Liz Davids. Liz. Welcome, Liz.
Thank you. I'm a little taller. Here we go. You're not fooling anyone with this second draft. You showed your cards the first time. You want our 330,000 Nebraska children corrupted by extreme political ideologies from groups like SECUS, Planned Parenthood, Playboy, Answer, GLSEN, and Gender Spectrum. Your committees for developing these standards did not include conservative, moderate, common sense parents, educators, medical or psychological professionals, because you don't want middle-of-the-road compromise. You want to set a social agenda for our kids that will indoctrinate them into sexual perversion and identity confusion to their destruction. Identity confusion is leading kids to sign up for puberty blockers and hormone supplements and even permanent surgeries that mutilate their perfectly healthy body parts, causing irreparable damage to their minds, bodies, and confidence. I'm old enough to remember that previous generations, by and large, did not struggle with these things. The reason these children are struggling is because of the indoctrination from predatory businesses that have made their way into our schools, to the shame of every administrator who has allowed them in. Right now, you have students walking around in your schools who not only don't know if they're male or female, they don't know if they're a human being, because they are claiming identity as cat or dog. How about affirming biology in our schools? How about affirming reality in our schools? We can absolutely have compassion for individuals who are struggling, while at the same time of affirming their very real actual genetics and chromosomes. There's no need and no possible way to have every single version of every single identity or orientation represented and taught in our schools, because the world of social media makes up new versions of these imaginary social constructs every day and wars with each other about their arbitrary definitions. Why would you further these delusions from malicious, devious adults to our kids' destruction? You need to remove everything about gender identity, sexual orientation, and sexual pleasure, like recommending these homegrown sex toys, from these standards, and keep predators out of our schools.
Thank you, Liz. Stephanie Johnson. Stephanie Johnson. Stephanie Johnson. Welcome, Stephanie.
Hi, thank you. My name is Stephanie Johnson, and I am here from Lincoln, Nebraska. I just do want to say, too, it is very disheartening that in order to stand in opposition to these standards, it is automatically assumed that we are filled with hate and we are somehow bigoted against groups of people, which is totally, absolutely untrue. And there is a definite difference between a mom like me who's put 6 kids through school with children who are getting up to testify about their experience. So you just have to weigh all of that. But with that said, I want to just talk about 3 key points, is that the State Board of Education is not required or mandated by state law to write or implement health standards. So I just do not understand why, which I actually do understand why, but I'm just presenting this, why we would put together standards that come derived from the Planned Parenthood from the West Coast that cause such division in this state. It literally makes absolute no sense. And then when we talk about, I heard somebody earlier talk about we should not include values when we are looking at these standards, but you have to understand, which you do know, that we are a Christian state. Many of us are Christian, and that's where we get our values. And if the education system decided long ago to eliminate God from the educational system, then it needs to have equal treatment towards Satan. And if we're going to take God out of the schools, then we need to have ungodly principles out of the schools as well. God created man and woman. Satan says, that's not true. God said, listen to the teaching of your mother and father. Satan says, no, let the state teach you. The state does not have the right to impose their ideologies and beliefs onto our children. Knowing my perspective, and what if I said, I'm coming to you with some standards and I want to teach your children? Would you want that? Because you vehemently disagree with me. That's how we feel. That's how we feel. And so you have to understand that's where we're coming from. The state does not have the right to do this to our children.
Jody Morganson. Welcome, Jody.
Thank you. Greetings, NDE board members.
You need the microphone closer.
My name is Jody Morganson. I live in Lincoln. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'm here to express my point of view as a mother of 1 daughter and 1 queer child, high school teacher of 21 years, member of the LGBTQIA+ community, and lifelong Nebraskan. These are my views as an individual, not my employer's. Even though I believe Nebraska public schools excel in many ways, over the past 20 years, I have watched our system fail youth by not giving them honest, accurate, and complete information regarding their bodies, identities, consent, and reproductive health. This gap in my own education negatively affected my life in personal ways that I would be willing to share with any of you when there's more time. As a result of limited health education, many of our young people operate with a narrow understanding of themselves and the world, which results in youth who do not know how to properly protect themselves against STIs, sexual assault, and pregnancy, and who may be confused or ashamed about their own identities. Those who end up with STIs might not know how to seek treatment, and those who end up with unintended pregnancy might not realize what options they have. Those who realize their bodies don't align with who they know they are experience feelings of isolation and shame, which can lead to self-harm and suicide. Students who don't know how to receive, give, or deny consent can wind up as perpetrator or victim of serious crimes. According to the CDC, sexual violence is preventable through education. The previous draft of these standards that included information regarding gender identity and expression and sexual orientation was a step toward a complete health education. You have made a mistake by removing that information. When gender and sexual orientation is presented as binary, it sets many of us up for a lifetime of confusion, heartache, and shame.
Time. Thank you, Jody. That concludes that group of 16. The next, Kelly Brady. Wait a minute. Wait. Give me that last name. Stephanie Bondi. Then Kelly Brady. Am I missing another? No, I'm not. Justin Riddle. Marge Kirshner. Gerald Kirschner, Karen Bell Dancy, Chris Cole, Pastor Darrell Brown Jr., Andrew Allen, Emily Hype, Kathleen Brandert, Joe Giles, Jill Brown, Jocelyn Hako, Anna Reef, Luke Peterson. Stephanie Bondi. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Bondi. I use she and they pronouns. I live in Lincoln. I'm hearing some people are arguing schools shouldn't teach about sexuality and gender identities. Those are things that should be taught at home. That's fine. Those can be personal or religious beliefs, but that shouldn't direct, and people should be able to direct the education of their own children. It should not be directing the educational curriculum of the state, however. I'm an educator and I study college student development, and I know the importance of the role identities play in school and society. We have plenty of evidence that identifying as LGBTQIA2S, two-spirit, is healthy. Actually, it's denying oneself that is unhealthy. I think everyone in here can imagine spaces where you know that people accept you for who you are, and don't those spaces feel really good? Isabel earlier, glowing our students up. Can you imagine all of our students in our schools just feeling really great and ready to learn? If you're in an environment where you're not sure that you can be who you are, does that cause stress? Is that an ideal environment for learning? I have students in my classes who say that my showing examples of gay couples and discussing how issues impact LGBTQIA2S individuals is really important to them. And I'm teaching from a level of inclusivity where I do that. And it does not mean that I cannot accept straight and cisgender students. We can make space to value them and various religious traditions to the extent that those traditions are also affirming to our students. We really do need to glow them up. One way to value our students is writing their identities into the curriculum. This is an evidence-based pedagogical method rooted in identity development.
Thank you. Kelly Brady. Welcome, Kelly.
Hello, Kelly Brady, Bellevue. I am opposed to the standards that include any version of CRT or CSE. I demand the board abide by this statute, which is current on the books. 79.725. It reads, character education, principles of instruction, duties as teachers. Each teacher employed to give instruction in public, private, parochial, denominational schools in the state of Nebraska shall arrange and present his or her instruction to give special emphasis on common honesty, morality, courtesy, obedience to the law, respect of our flag, the United States Constitution, the Constitution of Nebraska, respect of parents and the home, the dignity, the necessity of honest labor, and other lessons of steadying influence, which tends to promote and develop an upright and desirable citizenry. The sex ed model is immoral. It's wrong. 1619 is not honest. It does not respect the Constitution. Nebraska's legislature put this in the statute, which applies to everyone in the state. Educators are obligated by this law and must adhere to it. Now, for equity, CRT infused standards. Definition of equity, being fair, just, even, which are all subjective. Equity is not equality. Vice President Harris says, equitable treatment.
Thank you, Kelly.
You will have the law.
Justin Riddle. Welcome, Justin.
Hi, my name is Justin Riddle. I'm the biggest news story you never heard about because on Monday at the Omaha Public School board meeting, my mom, a 36-year teacher in OPS, was silenced when she went to speak about CRT, which does exist. They call it lots of things, but the people in charge should understand. Then I was silenced, wasn't even allowed to speak. Yeah, it's all on video. The news was there, nobody said a word, right? Now, why won't they discuss it with me? Ask them. I'll tell you why, because it's fake, it's not real, and it's Marxism. And I don't know if you guys quite understand this, but when that gets implemented in OPS, all these other arguments go bye-bye, because it doesn't matter at that point, because guess what? You get no choice. You get no choice. If you fight the system, you're wrong. Well, I'm not wrong. I haven't lost an argument in years, a debate, let's call it. And guess what? My challenge is find somebody to debate me. Take that $270 million and put a bounty out and say, somebody that can debate this guy with the aid of video cameras and Google, and we'll see if CRT is a real thing or not. I'm maintaining that it's not, and I'm stopping early.
Thank you, Justin.
Go to OPS website, go to OPS website, please, and check out their posts and look for my comments. Everybody should do that. Not a lot of people from Omaha are here.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Marge Kirshner. Marge Kirshner. Welcome, Marge.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Marge Kirshner from Minden, Nebraska. I'm speaking against the proposed health standards. Safe space. That's a phrase we hear frequently today. We've heard it for years. A safe space is a space that's free from danger and free from outside forces. And I stand here today to demand safe space for the children in our schools. Currently, school doors are locked to keep students and educators safe from intruders who would do them physical harm. A safe space. A space free from the interference of Marxist-based critical race theory that would divide us into the oppressed and the oppressor. A safe space. A space free from the interference of Planned Parenthood, an organization that strives to separate children from their parents when making decisions about their own sexual health. An ideology that promotes and provides contraceptions, hormone blockers, and rides to abortion clinics, to name only a few of their services, all without the knowledge or consent of their parents. A safe space. A space free from those who would insist that a sexually deviant curriculum be taught in the schools. And now for all of us. Father God, knowing that we live in a world where all people suffer, we ask you to be at work in our lives and our children's lives to heal hurting bodies, lives, and hearts, freeing their minds to learn. We claim your freedom from the lies, pride, lack of forgiveness, envies, and prejudices that bind our hearts. Reconcile us to yourself, that we may be reconciled with each other.
Thank you.
And work in harmony with each other.
Gerald Kirshner. Gerald.
Thank
Welcome,
you,
Gerald.
members of the board. Thank you, and thank you for the hard work that you do. Gerald Kirshner from Minden, proud husband of that woman who just spoke with such righteousness. I'm here to speak against the revision of proposed health standards. Congratulations, I'd like to say, to the writers of the Virgin, because of their brilliance. Contrary to what you've been told this morning, it is a highly sophisticated and intentionally obfuscated restatement of version 1. But a lie by any other name is still a lie. We've heard a lot of them today. Today, my prayer is for all of us, and especially those who embrace comprehensive sex education for our children. From Luke 17, temptation to sin are sure to come, but woe to the ones through whom they come. It would be better for you if a millstone were hung around your neck and you were cast into the sea than that you would cause one of these little ones to sin. And respectfully to the board, your state legislature has made clear those subjects to which your department is to attend. Sex education is not among them. Your state legislature has twice fundamentally rejected such a proposition under the law. Your proper response is to stay in your own lane and mind your own business. That is said with great heart, great love, and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Karen Bell Dancy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Karen Bell Dancy, and I serve as
Could you move the microphone up?
Sure. Good morning. I'm Karen Bell Dancy, and I serve as the Executive Director of the YWCA here in Lincoln, Nebraska. The YWCA Lincoln has served this community for over 135 years, implementing the mission of eliminating racism and the empowerment of women and girls. On behalf of the YWCA Lincoln, I am here to implore you to reconsider the current draft of the Nebraska Health Education Standards. It is our belief that the standards as outlined do not address the readiness level and opportunity for youth to learn about development. We exert that there be more inclusive language around specific topics and subjects. We know that this type of education should increase understanding surrounding identity and consequently positively affect future decisions when they are faced with life's choices. Introducing physiological and biological concepts about lifestyles, body changes, healthy relationships will address pregnancy prevention, sexual orientation, and gender identity misinformation, as well as consent, distrust, and diverse family structures. This inclusive language will also promote cultural competency. It is not being addressed at the level of which it should within the school curriculum. These topics are all necessary for the development for a comprehensive health education. Conversely, removing these topics, the second draft does not meet best practices in health education to promote healthy youth development. Serving Nebraska over these past decades has afforded the YWCA ample opportunity to identify, define, and deliver educational and life skills that are crucial to social and mental development.
Thank you. Time. Thank you. Chris Cole. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Chris Cole. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here today as a parent. I'm a parent in the Elkhorn school system. I have 3 children that have been or currently are in that school system. Over the last few months, I watched the public comments delivered in these meetings. Public comments delivered mostly by adults. I am so happy to see so many youth here today. Youth sharing with you their reality and sharing with you what they need. I am speaking today in support of the first draft of these health standards, not the second. I am not okay with the second. When I first heard that these standards were being introduced, I was hopeful. I thought, great, we can talk about sex education that offers fact-based and medically accurate information and birth control, sexually transmitted infections information, information that is life-saving to youth. I thought, we can talk about sex education that begins talking about consent at a young age before a sexual assault occurs, because after, it's not as effective. Sex education that offers gender-expansive language and information about sexual orientation, different identities, and different types of families. This type of information is life-saving. Opponents of the draft want to point fingers at various organizations as adults as the reason for these standards. It's not. It's the youth. It's the YPAR youth you heard here today. I attached information from their document. 42% of youth getting their information from pornography because of not having sex ed in the schools. I think all of us as parents can agree that we would rather they got credible information than going online and viewing porn. And if you think because you're here today, your kids aren't viewing porn to get it, you're wrong.
Time, Chris. Thank you. Pastor Darrell Brown Jr. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. My name is Pastor Darrell Brown Jr. from Omaha, Nebraska. When I told my 17-year-old son that I had to be in Lincoln to testify again, his response to me with frustration and disdain was, "They're still debating that?" My reply, "Yes, son, and I'm sorry." And that is precisely why I'm here today, is because I believe we owe our young people an apology. I apologize that science is not the basis of education that we wish to provide you. I apologize that science-based education is being deemed as indoctrination when that characterization is made by people who would prefer to indoctrinate us regarding their own religious beliefs and to implement it into a non-religious public school system, in theory. That as a young person, your ability to navigate sexual health truths is being discounted. I apologize that sexuality is being deemed as dirty and taboo by some leadership regarding health standards, some parents, and others who simply want to be loud and proud about all the wrong things when, newsflash, sex is the reason we are all in this room. I apologize that religious people, more specifically Christians, are seeking to dismiss a particular population of people, namely the LGBTQIA2S population, the same as they have attempted to dismiss the true identity of the Jesus they say they serve with their blonde hair, blue-eyed representation of him. I apologize. I apologize that the same biblical quotes and stances represented by Christians are often coming from a King James Bible, the same King James who himself was at best a bisexual. The Nebraska Board of Education is questioning whether or not to choose or to align with their 2019 statement of providing equitable educational opportunities. And young people, I apologize.
Thank you. Andrew Elnan, welcome, Andrew.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Aliman, he, him. I reside in Board Member Morrison's district. First of all, to all the young people who showed bravery today by sharing your voices, I applaud you. I'm in solidarity with you today. The violent reactions to your reality are based in fear and certainly not reality. It is because of you that I proudly stand here today, and I'm sorry that this second draft strips away representation of many of your identities. You are not an imaginary social construct. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with almost 20 years of professional experience working with young people ranging from toddlers to young adults, worked in child cares, inpatient facilities, group homes, level 3 schools, nonprofits, youth camps, as well as a mental health therapist. So I think that it's fair for me to say that I have a strong understanding of young people. September 6, 2019, I was extremely proud of this board. This board made a strong statement to students, parents, educators, and the broader community. You, your predecessors, and the responsibility you represent stated that the state board believes that all children enrolled in public schools are entitled to equitable educational opportunities across all races, colors, sexes, and national origins. You further stated that these equitable opportunities and outcomes exist for all Nebraskans, including but not limited to the identification of including gender expression, gender identity, sexual orientation. Removing LGBTQ-related language is a discriminatory act, and it is not equitable. The difficult choice is your job and your lane, one in which you personally chose to do, and you also gracefully outlined it. All I'm asking you to do is do what you've promised young people you would do. Show Nebraska's young people you mean what you say by your equity statement. I ask that you approve the first draft of these standards.
Time,
Thank you.
Andrew. Thank you. Emily. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Emily Hike. I'm from Omaha, and I serve as the executive director at Montessori Co-op School located in Omaha. We serve children 18 months through the 6th grade. I'm so excited to be here in front of you today to share with you this message. It's going to be okay. I am the only one in the room today that can assure you of this, and here's why. The co-op implemented a medically accurate, age-appropriate sexuality and health curriculum for our elementary program in the fall of 2018. We are the only school I know of that offers this inclusive curriculum to our students and families in the state of Nebraska. Our health curriculum was generated by the needs of our students. Questions were coming to our teachers about sex and sexuality. Our teachers reached out to me and asked for guidance and training. I then reached out to the experts. With the advice of medical experts and health educators, we offer a full comprehensive health curriculum with topics ranging from bullying, friendship, boundaries, communication skills, gender, sexual orientation, diverse families, and consent. Here's what we know and have learned at the co-op. The research is conclusive regarding positive outcomes for our students' health and well-being. Conversations about gender identity and sexual orientation are life-affirming for our students. Talking about gender does not make you gay or trans, it's not contagious. Children have questions and explore gender in developmentally appropriate ways when they are young, and it's okay. Our curriculum allows for trained teachers who meet students where they are at by answering questions with facts and not lies. I have 80 families who will tell you that their diverse families are better for it. We do not talk in circles or obscurities about their identities because their identities are not obscure. They are real and exist and need language to talk about them and need visibility to see them. This is an open invitation to all of you to come to the co-op and see this firsthand.
Thank you.
President, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, Deborah.
Okay.
Emily?
Speaker, and I don't know if this is okay or if you said it, but I don't know if I heard it. You represent a school. Are you allowed to say the name of the school and what grades were?
Yep.
And I'm just curious. And we don't have to say that. Never mind. I was just curious. But I am curious what grades your health standards were for.
Kindergarten through 6th grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Joe Giles. Thank you, Joe. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. My name is Joe Giles. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Fund of Omaha. For more than 30 years, the Women's Fund has been working on the most critical issues facing women and girls in our state, including increasing sexual literacy through our Adolescent Health Project, which focuses on pregnancy and STD prevention and provides access to medically accurate, comprehensive sex education. We are dismayed that the second draft of Nebraska's health education standards is a complete departure from what medical experts, education professionals, and decades of research clearly demonstrate is effective health education. That research is conclusive. Comprehensive sex education helps young people by delaying the age of first sexual intercourse, reduces unprotected sex, and reduces unintended pregnancy. It also improves mental health outcomes and reduces dating violence. The health education standards can be all of those things with your leadership and commitment to a draft that includes essential life-saving elements. Right now, young people in Douglas County, ages 15 to 24, are disproportionately impacted by high rates of STDs. While 57% of students will have sex by the time they graduate high school, only 8% will have ever been tested for an STD. That is where education comes into play, and that's why I am here today, to continue to advocate for students to have shame-free information so that they can care for their health. It is the Human Growth and Development Standard that should provide the information for pregnancy and STD prevention. It's important at the end of this process that the standards do not erase anyone's identities or leave important life-saving information out of the conversation. As a public school parent and advocate, it's my hope that the standards will showcase my Nebraska values of equity, acceptance, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Jill Brown. Welcome, Jill.
Hi, thank you so much, and thanks for listening to all this. My name is Jill Brown. I'm from Omaha. I grew up in rural Nebraska. I'm a professor of psychology at Creighton University, trained as a developmental psychologist who studies human growth and development across the lifespan. I'm also a parent. Many of our hardest decisions can be worked through by identifying fears, and if we think about what a fear is, it's really an unpleasant emotion caused by a belief that something or somebody might be dangerous, present pain, or a threat. I want to talk using peer-reviewed research about some of the fears that you've been hearing and that you're going to hear today. The opponents of comprehensive sex education are fearful that it will encourage promiscuity. A meta-analysis of multiple studies, not just one, published in JAMA, found that comprehensive sex education actually reduces rates of sexual activity, sexual risk behaviors, including multiple partners, unprotected intercourse, STDs, and pregnancy. So education is not an aphrodisiac. Opponents are also afraid that it will confuse children and leave them vulnerable to sex offenders and predators. Children who lack sexual knowledge, not the opposite of this, actually are more vulnerable to sexual abuse. We've known this since 1995 in published research by Elliott and Brown, that sexual offenders will avoid children who know medically correct terms for their genitals because it suggests that they've been educated about sexuality. You'll hear fears that these standards don't reflect the values of most Nebraskans. Comprehensive sex ed reflects reality. It reflects the findings of scientific rigor, and it reflects non-values, the diversity of human sexual behavior, and that seems like good education. Here are my fears. My child might die. Kids are dying. 40% of LGBTQIA kids have thought about committing suicide. Comprehensive sex ed lowers those attempts. By not adopting it, you are failing equitable and inclusiveness. It's not often you're in a position to save someone's life, but you're here now. From a developmental science-backed perspective, through peer-reviewed research, I can say that fears, they're not fears.
I have a question,
Thank you, Jill.
Maureen, I have one question.
Jacqueline has a question for you.
You said JAMA, which I'm guessing is J-A-M-A.
Sorry, Journal of American Medical Association.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I overlooked an individual, Kathleen Brander. I apologize, Kathleen.
I won't hold it against you. I'm Kathleen Brandert. I'm from Omaha, and I'm here as a private citizen today, but I can't leave my public health background behind. I'm a member of the UNMC College of Public Health staff. I also was a former faculty member at UNO in the Health Education Department. I'm a mother raising 3 young boys, and I'm also a Catholic. I'm deeply disappointed with Draft 2 of the standards and the omission of nearly all materials related to the lived experience of LGBTQ+ community members. When I taught health aspects of sexual development at UNO to 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, I was shocked every single semester when the majority of undergraduates didn't know what a vulva was, let alone had never heard the lived experience of a transgender female. I taught this class before I had kids, and now I know all too well how dangerous it is when kids become young adults who don't know enough about their bodies or understand their own mental well-being. My kids go to the co-op school that Emily talked about earlier. They know the names of their body parts. They understand that families might look like a mom and a dad, a mom and a dad who don't live together like ours. They are lucky enough to attend that school. I believe that learning about health, including health education, is a partnership between all of the trusted adults in my children's lives. That's me as their parent, that's their teachers, that's their pediatrician. Learning at school does not take the place of what I, as their parent, teach them, or what we in our family hold as our values. In fact, it is the opposite. When they are learning in school medically accurate information, I can reinforce at home more clearly and more easily my expectations for their behaviors related to that information and my values as their parent. And when they learn something at school that sits a little differently for me, I can share my opinions and ideas with them, as can any parent of any child in that classroom. I am proud that my 3-year-old knows I have a vulva and he has a scrotum, and that my 7-year-old understands why one of his oldest friends doesn't like to be called a boy. I encourage you, the State Board of Education, to follow the science, reinstate this draft 2, and stand in opposition to the fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Jocelyn Hickle, welcome.
Hello. My name is Josie, or Jocelyn. I'm an OPS graduate from Omaha. In school, I was first introduced to health education in 4th grade. The health education I received helped me navigate through adolescence, especially when I didn't feel comfortable going to my parents, which is what a lot of kids feel. If I hadn't gotten the inclusive health education that I did, I would most likely have turned to the internet, which is where many kids without a health ed program turn. In this case, there is no telling what information kids could get, giving them unrealistic expectations and even false information about sex. Learning about how to keep myself healthy, both physically and mentally, better prepared me for what adulthood would eventually bring me. Kids have the right to know and to be educated about what will happen or is happening to their bodies during puberty. They should be aware of the nuances of becoming an adult. They should be prepared for anything that could come their way and prepared to safely engage in healthy relationships, whether they be platonic, romantic, or sexual. I urge you to add essential elements back into the standards, such as sexual orientation, gender identity, birth control, and safe sex practices, to ensure that all students feel accepted and supported. The removal of these topics in the standards will leave students feeling lost, invalid, and excluded. My dad is gay. He took him almost 20 years of marriage to realize, come to terms with this, and embrace that. Teaching kids will not change who they are. It will change their level of competence and ability to properly and accurately define who they are. The people behind me will never experience these standards in practice. It's those my age and younger who will be impacted. Thank you. I hope you take this into consideration.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Anna Reef, welcome.
Hi folks, my name is Anna Reif and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. And someday soon, I want to be a teacher. For now though, I'm learning, preparing, getting ready. And something that you study in Nebraska when you want to be a teacher is standards and dispositions that you need to have when going into the classroom. One of them in particular that I want to share with you today is Standard 9.2. The teacher candidate models ethical professional practice. Now this can be shown in a variety of different ways, but teachers have the basic idea that they need to be ethical in the classroom. What's better than teaching ethical than teaching students their own safety? So why should this be different when they're learning and when I'm supposed to teach? I want to make sure that my students are safe, and hiding their own body from them is unethical in themselves. They deserve the right to say no, but more importantly, what body parts they have, including language that is medically descriptive, can protect students, especially when they are young. Having classroom conversations with teenagers about enthusiastic consent and how to want to, and even not to, want to have sex is completely normal. It's also okay to teach students that they might have a crush on another boy in the classroom. They might be a boy, and that's awesome. By hiding the truth from our students, we break the idea of being ethical, and imagining that we don't teach them that, what's rightfully theirs is not okay. I would like to say thank you for your time and consideration, because someday I will be a teacher, and I hope my students know I support them.
Thank you, Anna. Luke Peterson. Welcome, Luke.
Distinguished members of the Nebraska State Board of Education, my name is Lucas Peterson. You can call me Luke. I live here in Lincoln. I'm not related to the Nebraska Attorney General. I'm here representing myself under no authority from any organization that I may belong to, but since Senator Hunt was here, I am, as I like to say, one of 9 openly gay or lesbian, transgendered, out Nebraskans in public office. I'm here urging for your reconsideration to the second draft. Oh, and by the way, in 2022, that number is only going to grow. I'm here urging for your reconsideration to the second draft standards proposed to include comprehensive sex education for all Nebraska children in schools. I'm a product of public education and a proud grandson of my 6th grade teacher. I believe my grandmother would have approved the initial standards that were gutted due to the fear and hate-based rhetoric that I saw in Kearney. I come from that part of the state, and while not surprised to the things I heard, I'm disappointed. I was not groomed to be out, but I was shamed to lie and to be in the closet. The opposition wants to continue that bias and wants to keep kids in the closet. And I want to share what I found, the most recent information, 2015 Nebraska surveillance of HIV rates from the Department of Health and Human Services. That's our Department of Health and Human Services. In the 10 years they did a study from 2006 to 2015, an average of 95 newly diagnosed HIV infection happened. In the year 2000, the year that I tested positive, was 114. The most common mode of exposure was unprotected sex. According to the study, Black and Latino Nebraskans, thank you, I didn't see the 30 minutes. I have the information if you need it.
The next 16 to come up, Courtney Farmer, Scott Klein, Angie Klein, Judy Durr, Katie McClemens, Jenna Durr, Janice Van Winkle, Madeline Walker, Elizabeth Tegmeyer, Jennifer Thomas, Sherry Jones, Beth Hyatt, Paula Crozier, Warren Crozier, Chelsea Lemberg. Lots of papers here.
Is that more in the, I mean, I think we got.
That's in the way.
Yep.
Okay. Courtney Farmer. Welcome, Courtney.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Courtney Farmer from Bellevue, Nebraska, and I'm an educator for Omaha Public Schools. I'm speaking today in opposition against CSE. Why alter, why dilute God's perfect love by sexualizing the innocence of children? Why distort and stain that? This is what CSE will do to our children and society. We will no longer see God's love in people, but only lust after each other and sin, chasing after our own desire of happiness. Why are we pushing something that is obscene, pornographic, and calling it educational? Why are we arguing if it's right to teach it in schools when we already have evidence of the damages pornography causes on the development of a child's brain? What are we really trying to do with CSE? The core root of CSE is the fact that people are looking to be loved, and they're trying to substitute it by pushing CSE into schools. God's perfect love restores the brokenness of those confused about their gender and creates unity among all people without sexualizing children's mind or using pornography. God's love creates an atmosphere that is safe and nurturing for the mind, body, and soul. So now what? We need to pray in God's love to cast out all fear and to heal the brokenness that has caused gender confusion. We need to pray out hate to create unity between both parties. God's love is the answer to fix all of this, and CSE is a counterfeit to that. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Courtney. Scott Klein?
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
My name is Scott Klein of Bellevue, Nebraska. I am a husband and a father of 2 small children, ages 6 and 3. My children also know their body parts, and nobody at a school setting has ever had to tell them what they are. At the tender age of 10, while I was in the 4th grade in Minnesota, I was introduced to sex education and pornography within months of each other. I was driven towards it by what I saw in the sex education that was presented to me as a 4th grader in Minnesota. The way I looked at myself and the girls was damaged. The poison was poured in through my eyes and my ears, which my young and impressionable mind was not ready to take in. I spent the next 30 years locked in a destructive addiction that robbed me of so much of my youth and my adulthood. Addiction to pornography is as bad as the worst of drug addiction. It completely rewires portions of the brain. Those are facts for persons of any age, but for the impressionable mind of a 10-year-old boy, it is destructive. The concepts in the curriculum designed to meet the recommendations of CSE curriculum, which these books are already available in OPS and LPS libraries, will be a poisonous setup for tens of thousands of children for generations to come. If you have children or grandchildren, imagine them seeing sexually graphic material at the proposed age-appropriate times laid out in CSE curriculum. Imagine that you have injected them with their first drug high, because that is what this will be for so many of these boys and girls. Pornography addiction is an epidemic in this country, and for some reason the school system now wants to throw fuel on that fire, as though somehow, because it is in an academic setting, that it won't cause injury, that somehow the addictive nature of sexual imagery being shown to young boys and girls won't take hold because it's done in a school setting. Respectfully, that is foolish thinking.
Time. Thank you, Scott. Angie Klein. Angie Klein. Welcome, Angie.
Thank you. I'm Angie Klein from Bellevue, Nebraska, and that was my husband that I'm proud of. As my husband stated, we have 2 kids, one 6 and one 3. And we take this conversation very seriously. I stand before you today in opposition because I am a former homosexual. And let me tell you, my heart grieves for the people that have stood up here today that are broken, that are looking for something. My heart is broken for them because a sex education is not their savior. This school board is not their savior. Their teachers are not their savior. What is done in their schools does not save them, but only when they address the brokenness in them and through our Savior, Jesus Christ. Personally, I've seen my transgender friends go to the school counselor and go to other counselors where affirmation therapy is taught, and all of my transgender friends are sterile because of the counseling they have got, and this is what we're setting our children up for in schools. That book my husband held up, you can't even sit on YouTube and show the pages in that book because YouTube will take it down because they will censor it because they find it pornographic, but yet a 4th grader can watch it. Those of you in this room who are in opposition, we need to start showing up to our local school boards. We need to start showing up into the classrooms. We need to start showing our faces and be heard. This is not enough, and we're not okay with what's going on.
We have numbers.
Your job is to protect the innocent. And one day my children will come to me and say, Mommy, what did you do? And I'll say, Daddy and Mommy fought hard. Not only for them, but for the generations to come up in Nebraska.
Time. Thank you, Angie. Judy Durr. Welcome, Judy.
Good morning. I'm Judy Durr from Kearney, Nebraska. I received the following statement 2 days ago. This educator wishes to remain anonymous and wanted their voice to be heard. So here it is. I am a proud first grade teacher in Nebraska, and I've read both drafts of the proposed standards. Daily, I teach the importance of good hygiene, such as washing hands after using the restroom and before eating, using a Kleenex instead of clothes, coughing, sneezing into sleeves, and dental health during Dental Health Month. I also teach my 21st graders the importance of being a good, kind person to everyone, not being a bully or unkind. And I make sure my students feel safe enough to talk to someone if they're having problems, whether the issues be at school or at home. Schools and teachers are already teaching these common sense practices, and we do not need health, sex, education state mandates. My day consists of 120 minutes of reading, 90 minutes of math, 30 minutes of science and social studies, 30 minutes of writing, squeeze in a lunch, a couple of recesses, special events, conflict management that is never ending, tear wiping, helping our non-English speaking kiddos, consistently validating each little person, and finally some story time, all the while trying to make sure that my students' many needs are being met throughout the day. I also make sure that they're reaching their benchmark goals in reading and math, continue to feel safe and loved and accepted, and that no one has a bathroom accident in the classroom. There's no time in our day to set aside and teach more required curriculum, especially these proposed content that I believe has crossed family boundaries. As teachers, we should not be expected to teach comprehensive sex education in the classrooms, as that is something that should be addressed at home by parents and guardians. My first graders are more concerned about picking their noses than picking their genders. If this is passed and made mandatory, I will have no other choice but to walk away from a job and life calling that I love because I refuse to teach it. I cannot. Scrap the standards, please, and thank you for hearing my voice.
Thank you, Judy. Katie McClemens. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you. Good morning, board. My name is Katie McClemens from Kearney, and today I represent Protect Nebraska Children Coalition. A crisis of confidence. This is how the commissioner has described the level of trust Nebraska's parents have in the NDE. The reasons for this distrust are numerous and founded, but today I will address Draft 2's contents. In short, the NDE has taken out explicit examples in the standards and reworded them, but we citizens understand this tactic and that the outcome of Draft 2 will still be CSE and CRT in Nebraska's classrooms, targeting Nebraska's children with early sexualization and indoctrination. After all, the members of the advisory team didn't change. It includes the same activists, and we all know that an activist doesn't relent. Ideas have consequences, and words represent ideas. So I want to draw your attention to the first paragraph of Draft 2, where the NDE says that every student is entitled to, quote, equitable educational opportunities. That sounds really good. After all, equitable is the word of the hour. It sounds so close to equal, almost as though they might mean the same thing, but they don't. Equal is same opportunities and equal protection under the law. Equal is seeing people as people, no matter their skin tone. Equal is American. Equitable is the abolishment of grades, SAT tests, and advanced math courses. Equitable is division. Equitable is oppressor versus oppressed. Equitable is Marxism. This same first paragraph cites a federal law from 1974 that ensures, quote, equal educational opportunities, not equitable. The terms don't match and neither do the ideals. Sadly and ironically, the CRT philosophy promoted by the NDE will lead to a form of the very segregation this federal law sought to eradicate. You see, a crisis of confidence there is. The State Board of Education has repeatedly shown errors where there should be accuracy, vagueness where there should be clarity, and obfuscation where there should be transparency. There is no trust remaining in the public and no reason to keep these standards. They're not required by the legislature, and you're not going to make either side happy. And so we're left to surmise, why are they being pushed?
Thank you, Katie.
Scrap the standards.
Jenna Durr.
Hi, my name is Jenna Durr, and I'm from Kearney, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Protect Nebraska Children Coalition. In a July letter to school districts across the state, Mr. Bloomstead stated, and I quote, "We've experienced a crisis of confidence," end quote. This is in part related to Draft 1 of the Health Sex Education Standards. We agree. There is certainly a crisis of confidence across the state regarding the NDE and this board. At this point in time, the reason should be obvious. However, I will quickly review. In April, the NDE released Draft 1. This draft was met with significant backlash from the majority of Nebraskans, as it included developmentally inappropriate and medically and biologically inaccurate information. Confidence slipped because the public could not believe this board would even allow the release of such outrageous standards. In May, this board then insisted Draft 1 did not include any concepts related to CSE or CRT, while at the same time pleading ignorance as to what those concepts even were. At the meeting in May, the board treated public commenters as if they were confused, stupid, and misguided. Confidence slipped further. The NDE also doubled down at the May State Board meeting, distributing a document entitled Points of Clarification. The document was a thinly veiled attempt to discredit and discourage opposition to Draft 1 and really offered nothing constructive to the conversation. Moreover, it included some points that were verifiably false. Confidence was shattered. Over the course of the following weeks, one board member took the points of clarification even further, sending out a modified version to most of the newspapers in his district. He claimed to be discouraged by the criticism of the draft standards and accused those of fact-checking the NDE's claims of spreading false narratives and causing division. Then there was the June meeting in Kearney. This board allowed 150 people to sign up to speak, but prevented half of them from delivering their remarks, and then had the audacity to urge people to stay involved and keep coming to the meetings. The anger and lack of confidence reached a fever pitch, and now with Draft 2, there is still no confidence in the NDE and this board. These health sex education standards are not necessary, and we continue to call for them to be scrapped entirely. Thank you.
Janice Van Winkle. Janice Van Winkle. Welcome, Janice.
Thank you. My name is Janice Van Winkle. My husband and I are educators in Kearney, Nebraska. I oppose both drafts of the health standards. The responsibility to teach this information found in the standard should fall to parents and parents alone. As a seasoned foster parent, I will also add that the proposed content is alarming on many levels. Once children have been exposed to these sexually explicit scenarios and awaken sexual urges too soon, this can set them down an irreversible road of trauma. To the community that is pushing for these standards to pass, this is not a direct attack on you. I'm just trying to protect my own and allow them to just be children as long as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janice. Madeline Walker. Madeline Walker. Welcome, Madeline.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Maddie Walker, and I am the Human Trafficking Program Coordinator with the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. I reside in Lincoln. I am here to voice my opposition to the second draft of the proposed health education standards and ask for a new draft that restores content related to gender identity and sexual orientation. In my professional role, I work with Nebraska's 20 domestic violence and sexual assault advocacy agencies to strengthen services for survivors of sex trafficking. In order to prevent sex trafficking, students must receive health education that is medically accurate, inclusive of the experiences of all students, and aimed at reducing negative health outcomes, including sexual violence victimization. The second draft of the health standards largely removes mention of gender identity and sexual orientation and therefore does not go far enough to prevent sexual violence. According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, traffickers often target marginalized youth who lack a strong support network. In addition, the center identifies, quote, lack of acceptance of gender identity or sexual orientation, end quote, as a risk factor for sex trafficking victimization. By excluding topics related to gender identity and sexual orientation from the health education standards, you are telling Nebraska's LGBTQ youth, you are not accepted here. Including topics related to gender identity and sexual orientation in the health education standards will strengthen the support network of LGBTQ students, promote acceptance, and prevent sex trafficking victimization. While parents play an important role in educating youth about healthy sexuality, not every child has a safe adult in their life. In the vast majority of cases of sex trafficking and other forms of sexual violence, the victim knows their abuser. Someone's abuser might be their parent, family member, friend, or another trusted acquaintance. We cannot assume that each child has a safe adult in their life.
Thank you, Madeline.
Thank
you. Jessica. Lisa, you have a question for Madeline?
You talked about a statistic just a minute ago in your last part of your presentation. Would you say that again, please?
I said the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children cite that traffickers are often target marginalized youth who lack a strong support network.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Jessica Baldwin.
Hi. My name is Jessica Baldwin, Lincoln. In the late 1980s, I was a 6-year-old girl who was sexually molested by 2 of my male cousins as a direct result of what they learned in schools in the 1980s. At 8 years old, it was a narrow miss of being sexually assaulted by my babysitter's husband. And I myself was exposed to pornographic material at another daycare that my mom sent me to. Raised by a single mom, from 11 years old, I was put into the foster care system until I aged out. Many of these people who have spoken today can relate to my story. I should be supporting this according to all the statistics, because statistically speaking, the majority of the LGBTQ community has shared a common experience of many of the things that I have shared. When we are exposed to these things prematurely, it changes our lives. I tried to take my life at 13. Don't continue this cycle. Don't perpetuate this cycle. It's only going to exacerbate if you put in these CSE standards. And the second draft, you're not pulling the wool over anybody's eyes. We can see through it. It's all there.
Thank you. Elizabeth Tegmeyer. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Tegmeyer, and I'm from North Platte. I am the mom of 5 college and school-age children. The reason for my crisis of confidence in this board stems from the very creation of these standards. The Nebraska State Legislature failed to pass a bill and a subsequent resolution concerning the health standards, our 49-member legislative body did not feel that the health standards needed to be addressed at the state level. Sadly, this 8-person board decided to circumvent the will of the legislature, the only entity that sits above the Nebraska Board of Education, and write standards that they were never by law required to do. Why? Why were these standards so critical when local districts were already teaching health and wellness in their classrooms? Why is the Nebraska State Board of Education wasting so many hours on writing testimonies and rewrites when our state's academic proficiency levels need to be addressed? According to the NDE's own website, the most current proficiency data of the state's 11th graders show that in 2019, 58% were not considered proficient in English, and 63% were not proficient in math. How can such low proficiency levels prepare our students for their future? Why isn't the Nebraska State Board of Education devoting the same amount of hours to improving proficiency that has been devoted to these unlegislated, unnecessary, and morally polarizing health standards? If you want to rebuild trust, remember this. We don't entrust our children to you to be indoctrinated. We send them to school to be educated. Stay in your lane.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Focus on academics and scrap the standards.
Jennifer Thomas. Jennifer Thomas. Jennifer Thomas. Jennifer Thomas. Welcome, Jennifer.
Good morning, members of the board. Jennifer Thomas from North Platte. The first time I provided feedback on the initial draft of the health standards, my request was that the entire document be abandoned, as those in charge of writing it and those who allowed it to see the light of day could not be trusted with this subject matter or with the innocence of our children. After reading draft 2, my request remains. As long as the draft includes gender identity and the NDE website still promotes equity over equality, points to the 1619 project, and states still comprehensive sex ed programs ideally start in pre-kindergarten, then I failed to be convinced that the NDE would not at some point attempt to insert any and all of the objectionable topics that were in draft 1. I know proponents of draft 1 are not happy with draft 2 for different reasons, and I read one that stated, "We're disappointed with the second draft of the Nebraska Health Education Standards as its erasure of LGBTQA+ youth and families. Rest assured, removing sexually explicit material from our public education system doesn't erase anyone. For me or my kids to treat you with love and respect does not require us to know about or approve of your sexual preferences or how you feel about your sexuality." I've also heard some standards proponents claim that there's a need for their validation. Look around at social media, TV shows, movies, product ads. They're getting plenty of validation. They may have Facebook, CNN, and Disney, but they can't have my kids. It's enough to know that we are all God's children and infinitely valuable and deserving of kindness. That does not mean that we need to agree and share the same ideas. When in doubt, I hope you can err on the side of protecting the innocence of our children and the rights of parents to raise them free of ideological and political indoctrination. Please get the focus back on math, reading, science, and stop adding fuel to the social fire and scrap the standards. Thank you.
Sherry Jones. Welcome, Sherry.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Sherry Jones from Grand Island, and I'm running for State Board of Education District 6. I want to respond to the concerns of some individuals regarding the subject of bullying. It has been said that SOGI, sexual orientation and gender identity instruction, is needed to address bullying in our schools. I do not believe this is so. I was an elementary school counselor for 14 years, during which our district schools counselors devoted 3 or 4 lessons to each grade each year to address the subject of bullying with successful results. We focused on the unacceptable bullying behavior, how to respond if you are bullied, and what to do if you see someone else being bullied, rather than the circumstances which could bring about bullying, which are truly unlimited. One could be bullied because of the shape or size of their ears, because of their body size, or because of their level of intelligence. We can address bullying without focusing on specific circumstances and SOGI. You can be assured bullying of anyone was not tolerated on my watch. Lastly, I want to mention an issue which is not receiving the attention the proposed health standards have received, but could be even more impacting. That is ND rules changes involving Rule 10 and 14. From what I understand, these rule changes would bring about loss of local control for public schools, and for parochial schools, it could bring about requirements violating religious beliefs. So I encourage all of us to take a look at ND rule changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Beth Hyatt. Welcome, Beth.
Thank you. You have what I wrote. I'm going to speak from my heart. You know, I was abused as a kid, and I survived. I'm happily married to my husband of almost 42 years. We have 4 grown children, 7 grandchildren, well-adjusted people. But it was a suffering thing that I had to go through. But it was because of the love of Jesus Christ in my life that I was able to survive. And whether you believe in him or not, he is the creator. And he created these little children, and he entrusted those little guys to their parents because he chose them to be in that family. And I really feel bad. There are parents who don't seem to be capable of taking care of their own children. It's very sad. But that is not the majority of us. The majority of us talk about these things at home. We don't want to have it talked about at school because this stuff that you're presenting, I don't care which draft you present, this is garbage. The places that this stuff comes from, these people, the opponents, have done your research for you. Do you know that this stuff has gone worldwide? It's just not in America that they're trying to get children to have sex early so that Planned Parenthood can have more money and to have little kids think that they ought to change the XY, XX chromosomes in their lives, and the Planned Parenthood sells the hormones to them? I mean, and don't tell me that these weren't written by activists. I looked at your list.
Time. Thank you, Beth. Paula Crozier. Welcome, Paula.
Thank you. My name is Paula Crozier. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Today, I will answer how the CRT components are inherently racist, discriminatory, and have already created horrific repercussions for my child. In late 2019, we filed 7 valid complaints with the NDE against a teacher and the administration of Westside Schools for decimating our daughter's good character and reputation and violating her civil rights, amongst other issues. This teacher, a long-term BLM supporter, states in her social media that she finds it hard to support law enforcement in this digital age. We believe she intimately understands her power as a teacher. This English teacher in 2016 assigned an unvetted video which contained racial slurs and an athlete's reason for kneeling for the national anthem in support of BLM. She called on our daughter to state if she supported or didn't support this athlete. She insisted our daughter answer. Our daughter started articulating and was quickly cut off because it countered the teacher's one-sided narrative. In fact, this teacher defamed our daughter a racist the next day to every class she taught when our daughter was at home ill. As anyone can imagine, every friend our daughter had, but a few, immediately shunned her to avoid being called a racist as well. Our daughter, once wanting to be in law enforcement and outgoing, was now alone and quickly resorted to eating lunch in a bathroom stall with a gray cloud of defamation following her every day. By now you were asking, what does this have to do with English literature? Absolutely nothing. In this news article at Westside Wired, Mr. Sayers, the high school English teacher, criticized the teacher for directly removing Shakespeare from the 8th grade English curriculum, stating, "At what point in time do we worry about not having enough literature that pushes students to a higher reading level, leaving them woefully unprepared?" And the 7 complaints, Commissioner Blomstead dismissed all of them in a half-page letter about 1 month prior to starting these standards. Our daughter,
Time.
every year,
Thank you, Paula.
has tried to commit suicide.
Thank you. Warren Crozier. Welcome, Warren.
Thank you. I'm going to first say that these are tough acts to follow, but I'm going to give it a try. I oppose the drafts for the SES, and I want to share my life's experiences and my family's. My daughter did attend Westside Middle School, 8th grade. An English teacher there, can I name her?
No.
Okay. She knows who she is. She has such media posts that are pedophilic in nature and commentary, and sexually suggestive posts, including that she misses overdeveloped preteens in their visible underwear. And has a story that she had posted. All of this has now been taken down and hidden from her and the school. A former student of hers that she regarded as exceedingly good looking and was ballsy. And other posts such as goes home with the winners to fuck the prom queen. Her words, not mine. Also, she posted procrastination is like masturbation. You're only effing yourself. This type of rhetoric by teachers with students following them in social media is nothing more than grooming, digital enticement, and is criminally in violation. The Nebraska Department of Education was presented all of this. You all did nothing. Could anyone in this room post those exact words and get to keep their job and have Matt give you a big thumbs up?
Time. Thank you, Warren.
Thank you.
Chelsea Lemberg. Welcome, Chelsea.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Lemberg. I am a public employee and a graduate student. I'm from Grand Island, but I live in Omaha and work in Lincoln, so pretty much all over. I'm also extremely concerned about the future of education in Nebraska in light of this apparent attempt to suppress medically accurate, age-appropriate information in schools. I put a lot of thought into the optics of my messaging today, or how my words be received. In the end, though, as an out and proud lesbian woman, my first and most important priority is to center the needs of my community, specifically the LGBTQ children, I once was one, in the state of Nebraska who find themselves devoid of an education that includes them, as well as the LGBTQ parents in the state whose existence is erased when school curricula neglects to include any discussion of diverse family units. Our schools belong to the students who attend them, as well as the families who support their education. How does it make sense then that the existence and validity of these families would be censored in the school environment? And then there's the fact that every mention of medically accurate pregnancy and STD prevention has been tossed out of this newest version of the standards, which even by itself is a glaringly dangerous problem, as is the lack of discussion of consent in this version of the standards. How can we expect young people to lead healthy lives without being given the tools to do so? Knowledge is a tool. Educators know this, which is why the first iteration of the standards was written to be comprehensive, age-appropriate, and medically accurate. There should really be no controversy about this baseline expectation in education. To close out my comment, I want to invite you to empathize with the students in our schools. They continue to endure the trauma of a pandemic, the effects of climate change, food insecurity, economic uncertainty, all of this on top of their normal stress. It would be well of us, and the least we can do, to equip them with knowledge
Thank you, Chelsea.
to go into the future.
We'll take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Pardon?
Say it's the next 16 and go ahead and get that done. We can take
It's getting close for the board to take a quick break, but we're going to do the next 16 and then we'll take a short break or lunch break, one or the other. The next 16 are Dr. Linda Burkle, Marnie Hodgen, Jennifer Hicks, Allie French, Amber Parker, Kathy Holkboer, Mark Gill, Kirby Wilson, Amy Wilson, Kathleen Kaut, Tammy Riley, Sam Schlegel, Dorothy Renter, Brad Richter, Gina Frank, Ben Stengel.
So we're trucking right along.
Dr. Linda Burkle. Dr. Linda Burkle. Welcome. Hold on
My
one
name
minute,
is Dr.
please.
Linda Berkeley,
Linda?
and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Linda, hold on a minute. We need it quiet in the room.
Okay. My name is Linda Berkeley, and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. My doctoral dissertation was on human rights. Currently, I serve as a fellow with the international NGO located in Washington, D.C. I write articles on persecution, which are published on their website. I've been to over 26 countries serving underprivileged and oppressed populations, including survivors of genocide. I have 3 grown children, 8 grandchildren, a great-grandchild and another one on the way. All my family children also attended OPS, as do my grandchildren. My family's racial makeup is white, black, and Native American. Under the tenure of Governor Ben Nelson, I served in Nebraska as a state trainer of multicultural competency. In this capacity, I conducted workshops and seminars on this subject. I spoke at regional, national, and international venues. These trainings included identifying our personal biases, which we all have. The goal of these trainings was to increase awareness and appreciation of racial, ethnic, and cultural differences to foster better understanding and appreciation of diversity, which makes up our population. In contrast, today's critical race theory and all of its derivatives and additional names and constructs focus on dividing the population in opposing subsets, with one race as opposed to the other. This is fundamentally Marxist, and I've done a lot of postgraduate work in the government styles of Marxism is very prevalent here. And so it is fundamentally racist at its core. I have several examples of my own family. We have experienced racial profiling in some respects, but we've also had advantages. My one daughter, who is biracial, was able to choose her own high school. Okay.
Time.
Thank you.
Marnie Hodgen.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. My name is Marnie. I have 3 children. I'm from Omaha. I come today with gratitude. I want to say thank you to those who wrote these health standards. I'm grateful for the transparency in Draft 1. Thank you for including CSE and CRT. Your desire to introduce inappropriate topics and attempt to weave Marxism ideology into the minds of our children has been a blessing. Inadvertently, you have poked the bear. You have shaken us out of a complacent slumber, and now we are aware, awake, and working together to create a movement of goodness out of this evil. So thank you for prompting us to investigate. I've learned about SIECUS and its co-founders' ties to Planned Parenthood and Alfred Kinsey. I learned about Kinsey's Table 34, where pedophiles abused children as young as 2 months. I learned Hugh Hefner endorsed SIECUS, which explains the pornography-leading curriculum we've seen floating around LPS and OPS. Dr. Matt Blumstedt said the standards were not written by activists, and that was a lie. The board denied CSE was written into the health standards, but the NSES on SIECUS's website are nearly identical to Nebraska's. Thank you for being dishonest. Trust has been broken. Scrap the standards and put resources into what school is for, which is academics. Thank you for bringing CRT authors like Ibram X. Kendi to my attention. He says the only remedy to racist discrimination is anti-racist discrimination. The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. Advocates for CRT have no intention of ending racism. CRT perpetuates stereotypes and is used to distract and divide, stealing our energies from attaining our true spiritual and human potentials. Thank you to the school board, senators, and governor for making statements against the standards. Thank you to the school boards and senators who stay silent. That will help us decide in the next election. Lastly, thank you to the parents who stand with me in opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Hicks.
Jennifer Hicks, Peru.
Welcome.
I'm a homeschool mom, and thank God for that. As I would never entrust my children's education to people who don't understand that it is appropriate to teach science to our kids, but medicine should be practiced by doctors. Medically accurate education is not necessarily scientifically accurate. Gender roles are defined in the standards as attitudes and behaviors that a society considers appropriate for males or females. I question why the word appropriate is put in quotation marks here. The quotation marks around the word appropriate in the standards more than imply that what the standards seek to teach is a view of gender roles that questions and devalues the attitudes and behaviors of societal norms. In the context of a discussion of gender, it is much more than social pressure which guides the norms. Traditional roles of males and females, masculine and feminine, are rooted in the science of reproduction, a biological process which in humans requires a biological male and a biological female. Gender roles are an important part of the process of sexual reproduction in humans and are largely defined in nature and expressed through differences in behavior as guided by hormones such as testosterone and estrogen. Biological sex and gender expression are strongly linked together, and the truth of this can be found in the fact that those who seek to transition their gender often do so through the use of hormones that guide the human reproductive process. Masculine roles are associated with biological males and feminine roles are associated with biological females by society for a reason. The biological process of reproduction in humans depends upon it. What the health standards propose to teach to children does nothing to offer them any clarity or truth. Instead, these things are made even murkier when children are taught about gender identity, defined in the standards as internal, deeply held thoughts and feelings about gender. And we know that gender roles, as defined by the standards, are in a derogatory way that denigrates and belittles perceived societal norms. I would encourage you to rewrite how it is that gender roles are defined by the standards.
Time. Thank you, Allie. Amber Parker. Welcome, Amber.
I think you skipped me. I was after Jennifer. It's Allie French is next. Jennifer Hicks, then Allie, correct?
Would you restate that?
She was Jennifer Hicks. The next one was Allie French, correct?
That was Allie French.
She was Jennifer. I'm Allie.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Just so we're clear. Say that again, sorry?
I apologize.
Okay. All right. So my name is Allie French. I'm from Omaha. We have a lot of people here today, and that is wonderful. I can tell you one thing without a shadow of a doubt. Every single person in this room supports good schools that foster smart and successful students. Yet we've reached a point where you, a government agency, are stepping outside of your scope and creating division amongst our communities where there ought not be, because it's not your job. Until every child in this state can read, write, and our proficiency scores for core academics are the top in the country, any other topic is a waste of taxpayer dollars and outside the bounds of your responsibilities. Teenagers want a lot of things. That's why they don't make life decisions. That is why the parents are legally responsible for them. Just because they don't like their parents' answers does not equate to not receiving the information or a lack of safety in the home. We all were once know-it-all teens who thought we knew best. Some of us make mistakes, but the goal of school is to teach kids to be able to be productive citizens, even if they make social mistakes. We all already learn to be accepting. We all already receive education on health and sex education. If you didn't know it, it's because you weren't paying attention, not because it didn't happen. Okay, where was I at? Okay, and the new health standards aren't going to fix that. You can't force people to be nice, and unfortunately, people have the right to be stupid. If you're not getting the education you need at your home from your parents, that is why the various groups that were represented today exist. That doesn't make it the responsibility of public schools. So do your job and quit trying to implement health standards. That's not your job, and frankly, we don't trust you. Who decides what's misinformation? You guys already have a lot of it out there. Expert worship doesn't equal facts or development or science base. Just because they say so doesn't make it true. These are the same experts that have conducted sexually arousing studies on infants.
I believe Amber Parker is next. Welcome, Amber.
I wish I could say welcome, but this is a travesty. I kind of feel like when I read the history books about the Jews, some Jews thinking they were going to paradise, and it was the Nazi, Hitler's military taking them to be exterminated. What I'm about to say is going to go around this nation, because this is a wake-up call. Every single one of you, I pray that God's hand appears before you this night to write on a wall, or right now as we're here. Why? Because children's innocence. How dare any organizations come forward and say that their adult privileges override children's innocence? There is a time to be angry and sin not. Jesus turned over tables, and I'm telling you, there are pedophiles in this state. Let's talk about the Bike Ride cover-up. Alicia Owen. Why is my heart passionate? Because out of your own boys' town, they were being sex trafficked to politicians. Larry King registered with what? The Democrat Party to the Republican Party. Oh, and by the way, people just started dying. Now you tell me why the state of Nebraska allows obscene materials by law in the state legislature to be shown in our public schools, in our libraries, because there are pedophiles. And they want to rip away. And I want to tell you, page 39 explained that all people, including children, have the right to tell others not to touch their body when they do not want to be touched. Pedophile. Analyze state and federal laws related to age of consent, child pornography, sexting, and sex trafficking. Grade 2.
Time. Thank you, Amber. Kathy Holbor.
It's Kathy Holkebor, Bellevue.
Welcome.
While working on my teaching credential, one of my research paper assignments revealed some remarkable evidence that relates to the current situation. My assignment was to identify what non-educational factors contribute to academic performance, and specifically test scores. The simple result of my research was not gender, socioeconomic status, or ethnicity. The big standout reason for good test scores was parental involvement. When parents have to give permission for a child to get an aspirin from the school nurse, but are not informed when the child was tested for an STI, damage is done to academic achievement by stealing from parental involvement. When students are told, your parents weren't correct in telling you your gender, damage is done to academic achievement by stealing from parental involvement. When students are told, either directly or by implication, we're going to fix what you've been taught at home, damage is done to academic achievement by stealing from parental involvement. Consider the angst a child experiences when what is taught at home yields a bad grade at school. And if he reports what is taught at school as right, there's trouble at home. Likely the child will not report what's being taught, thereby doing damage to academic achievement by stealing from parental involvement. When schools counter what parents have taught concerning consequences for behaviors, damage is done to academic achievement by stealing from parental involvement. For example, the health standards lack reporting the increased suicide rate for transgender individuals, or the possible infertility after abortion, or the decreased lifespan of those who participate in same-sex sexual behaviors. Instead of fixing these health standards, please leave out non-academic content.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Mark Gill.
I'm Mark Gill. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm not from Nebraska. I chose Nebraska when I retired from the military by choice because I enjoyed living here. I am becoming less enchanted with Nebraska as time goes on. Did I not have so much family here, I probably would have moved to another area. I'm disappointed in the fact that we even had to argue this for so many months. The fact that it even came up on the agenda, I'm appalled at that. To those of the LGBTQ, sorry, I can't remember all your letters, community, I don't have a problem with you. I don't hate any of you. The same God created you that created me. He holds the same value for you as he does for me, regardless of our views. So I want to get that clear right now. There's no hate involved in this. The only thing I hate is this godless agenda that's being pushed upon our children. What I hate is having our authority challenged and trumped by organizations that we ask to take care of our children and educate them, not indoctrinate them. Okay, you all have my comments in your email boxes because about 1 o'clock this morning I said them. So I'm not going to go through those, but I'm going to speak off the cuff for the heart right now. Back to 1958. I was reading last night over the standards, the perfectly normal. As I read the text on there, I flashed back to 1958.
Why did you not eat anything?
5 years old, standing in the barn on my uncle's farm, being molested by an uncle who had molested numerous of my cousins. 3 of those cousins are dead at their own hands now. Drugs are taking the lively of the others.
Time. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
I lost time. Someone took time.
Somebody was speaking while he was speaking.
Okay.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
So you guys aren't interested to know who was speaking while he was speaking?
Kirby.
Because you guys
Wilson.
asked several questions of other people standing up here that didn't seem to pertain to anything. And now you guys are going to sit there silent while somebody was speaking over him?
Kirby Wilson.
You do realize nobody's going to stand for this anymore, right?
I'm asking for 30 seconds back on the clock.
I suggest you give it.
I'll give him.
Don't sit there and shake your head at me. You guys all work for us.
Kirby Wilson.
You work for us.
Kirby Wilson, please.
I can start from the beginning.
Kirby Wilson.
Do we have an answer who was speaking? Is their microphone off now? Is that going to happen any longer? Anymore?
I'm
you guys
asking
took extra time to ask other people
I'm asking
questions
you my
and
30
involved
seconds
nothing
back,
that we were
please.
here about.
I'm asking you for 30 seconds.
President,
Give him 30 seconds.
Mark, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. That 5-year-old boy in 1958 who was repeatedly molested every summer that my family went on vacation carried that childhood shame all my life. Nothing in this CSE would have prevented that from happening. But as I read your text you want to teach the CSE based on, I heard the same thing from him. I love you. This is normal, but don't tell your parents. I lived with that until the age of, in my 40s, I finally confided in my parents.
Time. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
President
Kirby,
Nichols.
welcome.
President Nichols, may I just ask for a point of clarification? I just wanted to clarify for the sake of everyone that nobody up here was speaking into the microphone that was causing that, and I don't know what caused that interruption, but it wasn't from anything up here.
So just wanted to.
Well, I remember in the beginning of the meeting, you guys said that, to ask everybody to turn on and off their microphones as they were speaking. So if nobody was up there was speaking, then how do we get a microphone in there? And if you guys have the ability to cut microphones on and off, how did you not stop the microphone?
It's your time. Kirby.
My name is Kirby Wilson. I'm from Kearney, Nebraska. Our nation's motto is "In God We Trust," and He has never made a mistake. Besides the Ten Commandments, God gave us over 600 civil rules to follow in His instruction manual called the Bible. Your first draft trampled all over those and proved that your first choice was not for the benefit of our children, but rather to force a communist agenda into our state standards by hiring extreme activists to create those standards. W. Cleon Skousen held a law degree from George Washington University, served as a chief of police in Salt Lake City, retired a university professor, worked for many years as an FBI agent. In 1958, he wrote a book called The Naked Communist, in which he listed 45 goals of the communist. Number 26 on that list says, present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. Your first draft followed that perfectly. Number 40 says, discredit the family as an institution, encourage promiscuity and easy divorce. You nailed that one as well. Number 30 says, discredit the American founding fathers, present them as selfish aristocrats who had no concern for the common man. Your placement of the 1619 Project and other suggested resources on your anti-racism and equity resources page from your website are perfect examples of the effort to implement that goal. Number 17 says, get control of the schools. Use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda. Soften the curriculum. Get control of teachers' associations. Put the party line in textbooks. The Nebraska State Legislature only mandates that you oversee math, reading, science, social studies, and writing. Granting yourself power that you are not authorized to have to oversee fine arts, phys ed, health education, etc., is a great shot at implementing number 17. I ask you to scrap these standards entirely and give control of the schools back to the parents, local districts, and community who truly hold the best interest of our children.
Amy Wilson. Amy Wilson.
She flipped me off twice, just saying. I don't really care. Let's
We are out of control. We need to continue this meeting. Amy Wilson.
Good afternoon. Amy Wilson from Kearney, Nebraska.
Welcome,
we are
Amy.
here.
Welcome.
We are here again to talk about the health standards, but actually we are not, because what you are proposing is not a health standard at all. It is an indoctrination or an ideology of socialism or Marxism. Health involves respiratory system, nervous system, brain function, how arms, legs, eyes, fingers, and toes works. This is not what your health standards are about. So I don't care for draft 1, I don't care for draft 2, or any one that you propose. I oppose it. So the so-called health, sex, CRT, or even your history standards are an indoctrination and are pure evil. Excuse me, and they are intended to be pure evil. God is using this for good, though. At any time, you could have said, we see that the majority of the parents, schools, teachers, and local school boards do not want these kinds of standards in their educations, so we reject them. Being elected officials, you should listen to the majority of the people you represent, but you don't do that. I'm sorry. But you don't do that, didn't do that, so God has used this time to wake up the community and start taking back our children's education and protect them from this type of evil indoctrination in our public school education. So I am not only telling you I don't want any standards you propose, but that I would be happy to approve your resignation. I am sure that our children are going to have to deal with evils in our schools. That is why, as parents, we need to prepare them with God's word of truth so they can stand up and say, get behind me, Satan. I will continue to pray for each one of you. and I want you to see right and truth. I have also included for each one of you standard or from the 1900s education tests. I dare any one of you to take this. I guarantee all of you will fail because we're not teaching math. We're not teaching writing. We're not teaching reading. You're failing. You're failing our kids. You're failing our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Kathleen Kauth. Kathleen Kauth.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Kauth, and I'm from Omaha. All of you, I looked up all your resumes. All of you have long histories of teaching or caring for children. Many of you have selflessly worked with children who are at high risk or who have been abused. Deborah Neary, you are a foster mom to 8 kids, which is amazing. With your backgrounds, it absolutely astounds me that you would even consider these health standards, which are essentially grooming children for sexual abuse. United States versus Chambers, the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals noted that child sexual abuse can be accomplished by several means and is often carried out through a period of grooming. The court recognized that grooming refers to deliberate actions taken by a defendant to expose a child to sexual material. The ultimate goal of grooming is forming an emotional connection with the child and reducing the child's inhibitions to prepare the child for sexual activity. And I love to think that all of our teachers are good people who would never do this. But as I was talking to my son about speaking today, he said, oh yeah, remember Mr. Cobol in Beetle Middle School, who was arrested? He and his wife were arrested for sexually abusing their foster children. It happens with teachers. People aren't perfect, and giving teachers the rights to teach this to children opens the door that I don't think we want opened. Your support for these standards indicates either a serious lack of understanding of how they will be setting children up for abuse or a deliberate attempt to create generations of children who will be more easily abused. Either one of those reasons is absolutely abhorrent. At what point did you decide to abandon your long histories of educating and protecting children and decide you want to help indoctrinate and sexualize children? Do you fully understand what these standards will do to confuse children?
Time. Thank you. Tammy Riley. Welcome, Tammy.
Thank you. Can I ask before I start, do you each have a copy of what I handed out? It would have been a sheet like this, and then just
Yes.
one page.
And we'll
Okay.
each get a copy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cameron Riley from Norfolk, and I would like to ask each one of you to think of a child in your life that you love. Picture that child in your head as I talk today, okay? Because this needs to be personal for each and every one of you, just like it is for all of these people out here. We've already talked about the early introduction to pornography is making children more desensitized to things like incest and rape. It's grooming 101. They need your child to be used to and open to talking about sex so they can make them believe that rape and incest are normal. There's nothing wrong with it. And since the teacher will be teaching all of this terminology in different sex acts, such as oral and anal, then it can't be bad, right? Okay? So my question to you is, are you, each one of you, going to allow the board that you are a part of to aid in that grooming? How do we stop you? These books are like, how do you make a baby? These books are the material that will fall under the health standards as meeting requirements, being age appropriate. Just because it has some factual information in it doesn't mean it's age appropriate. If you look at this book, they make it so kid friendly. The penis says hello, and the vagina says come in. Isn't that cute? Can you not just hear the first graders giggling? Can your penis talk? Mine can. At recess, one of the little boys says, "At recess, Mom, Emily said," I said, "My penis says, 'Hello, Emily, is anybody home?' Her vagina said, 'Yep, come on in.'" So then she got really fat. We had a baby, and
Time. Thank you, Tammy.
The next two presenters will be finishing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Sam Schlegel, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm the father of 6 kids. I've raised 3 females and 3 males in this state. And I'd like to say, as we all speak about education, there was a woman in here earlier donning a mask, wearing symbols by the FBI known as pedophile symbols. And we are in a board of education, and we have police officers in that room. Are you uneducated on those symbols, or do you just not care? That is my question. And I'll go ahead and continue on with the rest of it. Not that any of you seemed like it's going to matter to you whatsoever,
Sam?
as you not look up from your computer.
Sam, are you Sam?
Yes, Sam.
Okay. We've already started the clock on you.
What?
Your time has started.
Oh, thank
Your time
you.
started when you came to the podium. Thank you.
It's fine with me. You guys don't care what I have to say. Anyways, it's obvious that you have a right to sexual pleasure even if mom and dad don't agree with it, right? Because that's how you're going to create the next line of division. Let's send kids home to tell their parents that what you're trying to teach me is wrong, because my teacher at school, whom I trust and who I'm believing in, says that you're wrong. So now I'm going to stand here at your dinner table and I'm going to tell you that you're wrong because of a board of educators decided that it was in their best interest to teach my kids what I thought was right and what I thought was wrong. I tell you, I raised 6 kids. They are all normal kids. They are all going to grow up. They're all going to pay taxes like we're supposed to. And you people with your indoctrination and this agenda, this is over with. We can print off stuff all day long we want. We could stand here and read it to you. It's obvious you don't care. So what is it going to take? How many of us do need to stand up? How many January 6th do you people need to see? I'd suggest you start paying attention.
Thank you, Sam. Dorothy Renter. Welcome, Dorothy.
Wow. It's a hard act to follow. This is a worldwide indoctrination to sexualize our kids. You cannot deny that. Little kindergartners do not need to know other kindergartners' body parts. They know. Their diapers have been changed, their parents have been teaching them how to go potty. What are you thinking? Each one of you, you have children, you have grandchildren, foster kids. We didn't have this in school. We did have some sex ed starting in 7th grade. Okay, I understand that there's a group of people who want it. Do you not know this is worldwide? We're here to protect the innocence of our children, the health and innocence of children, and the fundamental rights of parents to direct the education, the health care, and the upbringing of their children. I don't know what I can say to each one of you to make you listen. I know you've got a lot of voices in your head right now. But seriously, Planned Parenthood, they kill babies. Why would we use them to educate our children? Seek us?
Thank you, Dorothy. Brad Richter. Brad Richter. Welcome, Brad.
Thank you, Maureen. I appreciate it. My name is Brad Richter. I live out in the middle of Nebraska by Grand Island, and you've got my presentation. I'm going to deviate from that, okay? I'm going to talk a little bit from the heart like some of these other people. The one thing that stuck with me with some of the earlier presenters was that kids are dying.
Could you speak closer to the microphone?
I'll try
Brad?
to.
There you go.
Kids are dying, okay? That's what was said earlier. Kids are dying because they're screwed up, okay? They get screwed up by watching too much of the TV and the garbage that's spread out there, okay? When I did the math from the numbers of the people that are here that spoke earlier, okay, you're talking across the state of Nebraska, one child in every grade in every school system. One child, okay? When I first read the standards, I went to a school meeting up in northern Nebraska where they were talking about the teachers and what was going to be needed in the school in the future, okay? The number one thing that come out of that meeting from that group of people, and it was about 45 teachers, most of them were educators, and then the local citizens, okay? The one thing that come out of there was, who's going to teach our kids in the future? Our teachers are retiring, they're getting out, okay? This was adding fuel to that fire, that meeting, okay, 30 seconds. My point is, I know another person who's in a guidance counselor position in a school, okay? Her hair is gonna be white as snow, and she's a young woman because she's dealing with kids who have problems. Now, here's my proposition for you guys. Rather than push this shit down our throats, okay? Rather than do that, why don't you find a solution to where you can take the guidance counselors, find the one person per grade in a school system that has an issue, and get them to somebody that's a professional that can do this. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Brad, please take your seat. Ben Stengel.
We need a solution.
Ben Stengel.
I offer you a solution.
Welcome, Ben.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Stengel, and I'm a mechanical and nuclear engineer from Blair, Nebraska, and alumnus of UNL. This morning, someone posed a question asking if the recent hot-button topics distract from each other. The answer is no. They're a tip of the iceberg. They don't distract from what we see. They distract from what has been happening all along, because subversive ideology saturates most school subjects already. We've heard today that many folks feel their trust in this institution has been violated, but maybe it's been misplaced to begin with. What do I mean by subversive ideology? Biology has no bearing on gender or sex or a baby's life. Math is under attack with no wrong answers. Science fails to answer the cause for life and consequentially invalidates the purpose for life. Social studies demand celebrating any lifestyle except the traditional and demand shame if you are not a minority. Medicine elevates doctors as gods in this one-time only existence, devoid of an afterlife. Finance fosters debt enslavement, athletic sports replace family suppers, art celebrates chaos, vulgarity. Your children can have health procedures and psychological therapy without your knowledge. I could go on and challenge everyone to make your own list. We have a problem, a big problem. It's damning. Religion, psychology, I haven't even mentioned history or that boys are competing in girls' sports. The topic today is the tip of the iceberg. A distraction, but a fortunate manifestation of what already exists. Folks, thanks for fighting. Don't forget you can win the battle, but lose the war. Don't lose your children. My message isn't popular. You've lost a lot of ground. Don't lose your children. Get them out. Take back the children.
Gina Frank. Gina. Gina Frank. Gina Frank. Welcome, Gina.
Can you hear me okay?
I put
Okay.
your card down before I picked up the other one.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to say something if you didn't get to me before they finished.
We're good.
So I would encourage you to listen to the youth who spoke earlier, because they are the ones who are living through this right now, who are growing up in this world. I would like to point out that all of the red kerchiefs that you see around the room are from an organization that boldly has a Hitler quote on their banners, and I'm happy to send you that banner. I would encourage you to also think about the organizations that you are listening to when it comes to these standards, because the Catholic Conference is a huge opponent of these standards. And what have they done? They have they have harbored sexual abusers for generations. They harbored murderers who murdered indigenous children and then buried them in mass graves at these schools. And with that, since I'm going to use the rest of my time to quote Taylor Swift. You, with your words like knives and swords and weapons that you use against me, you have knocked me off my feet again, got me feeling like I'm nothing. You, with your voice like nails on a chalkboard, calling me out when I'm wounded. You, picking on the weaker man. Well, you can take me down with just one single blow, but you don't know what you don't know. And I will send you my actual testimony through email. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Gina. 1-minute break. Is this it? How many more groups? We have 2 more groups.
And let's speak truth, because that was just a Marxist strategy against Nebraskans.
At this time, the board is going to take their 45-minute break for lunch, and we will return at 1:10. We will now resume our public comment. The next 16 are Aaron Neuheisel, Cindy Guthrie, Peg Fong, Michelle Scheel, Crystal Davis, Justin Thiel, Alexa Thiel, Dallas Asher, Sharon Klinecki, Rosk Stala, Nancy Stala, Kelly Lepler, Rosemary Ray, Diane Kinnan, Amanda Ristine, Pamela Frex. Please come forward. Aaron Neuheisel. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you. My name is Erin Neuheisel, and I'm from O'Neill, Nebraska. If I was naive and I was to look at the second draft, I would think it was okay. Most of the controversial terms have been removed. However, what we're left with is vagueness, which leads me to believe that nothing within it has really changed. Now, I've listened today to various teenagers and others claim that sex ed is necessary, and they're not happy with draft number 2 because it took out what they wanted in draft number 1. But I really would like to ask them, did you read what the first draft was proposing for my 6-year-old and my 8-year-old? My sons are ages 8 and 6, and they'll be entering 3rd and 1st grade. I'm appalled at the terminology used and the ideology taught within these standards at these grade levels. It's not only inappropriate, but it's grooming. And even though the controversial terms were taken out, the vagueness that remains within the second draft opens the door for teaching the same ideologies without accountability. I don't understand how educated adults even thought that proposing us draft 1 to begin with was a good idea. Not only do 6 and 8-year-olds not need sex ed, period, they certainly don't need to be taught radical sexual terminology that makes them susceptible to predation. The fact that we were even presented with the first draft leads to serious concerns about the credibility and integrity of the writers and discredits future drafts as we're no longer able to trust the judgment of those who wrote them. As a mother of 4 children, I entrust my children to the public school system 9 months of the year to teach them academics they need to succeed in society. However, make no mistake, I'm the primary educator of my children, especially when it involves morals, matters of faith, and matters of sexuality, and that is in no way a burden to me. The proposed ideas are propagated by private special interest groups hungry for money and power at the expense of my children's safety and long-term well-being. They spin it as fostering acceptance and saving lives in order to elicit an emotional response and to conceal the true objectives of these profit-driven corporations.
Time. Thank you, Erin. Cindy Guthrie. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Guthrie from Kearney, Nebraska. I'm a wife, mother of 4, grandmother of 8. I'm a Christian, I'm a pastor's wife, and I'm a very concerned citizen of Nebraska. I opposed both Draft 1 and Draft 2 of the proposed health standards, and I want to share with you the reasons why. I've been married to my husband for 38 years. A marriage relationship can be challenging at times under the best of circumstances, but knowing that God designed marriage to be between one man and one woman and committing to a relationship within that framework provides the best opportunity for a successful marriage. I do not believe that this biblical view is encouraged or supported in the draft standards. My husband and I raised our 4 children within the framework of a biblical marriage and family. Our grandchildren are being nurtured within this same framework, and they are developing into caring, responsible children. I do not want their public schools to circumvent the roles of their parents as the primary educators of these precious children. They are problematic standards in every strand of the proposed health standards. We've lost our trust that you as a board will do what is right and good, and these standards must be scrapped. As a Christian, as a pastor's wife, I oppose the proposed health standards. As a wise man named Solomon wrote in Proverbs, "For lack of guidance, a nation falls, but victory is won through many advisors. Also, the way of fools seems right to them, but the wise listen to advice." As followers of Christ, we are to boldly stand for his truth, and we are instructed to not conform to the world. There are many more examples that could be cited, but my point is this. I know that you have heard the voices of those in opposition to the standards that you have proposed, but have you listened? Draft 2 of the standards has not gone far enough to address our concerns. Your goals as a board have not been made clear, and you have lost our trust. As a citizen, I'm concerned that the State Board of Education has overstepped their legislative mandate and are trying to circumvent the voters by drafting these proposals. Mandatory sex education legislation.
Time. Thank you, Cindy. Peg Fong. Welcome, Peg.
Thank you. My name's Peg Fong. I'm from Kearney. I am a wife. I'm a mom of 4 children and a grandmother of 16 grandchildren. I am a follower of Jesus Christ. I work as a private consultant. I am a Constitution coach with the Patriot Academy. I am an American and a patriot. And finally, I am a concerned citizen, and that is why I'm here today. According to the Patriot Academy's Biblical Citizenship course, there are 7 mountains of cultural engagement: business, government, family, religion, media, education, and entertainment. Each one of these mountains have been engaged in a silent war. It's time we recognize it. Today we are here to do battle on the educational front. This board has presented standards that should not even be considered as standards. A standard should be of the highest quality, reliable, trustworthy, and beneficial to the people who are being held to that standard. The information woven in your so-called standards in draft number 2 is not at all beneficial to our children. You are attempting to indoctrinate children into Marxism while establishing a victim mentality for everyone except for white children. For white children, you want them to feel the weight of the abuses that occurred long before they were born. You are calling all white people white supremacists. This does no one any good. It keeps dragging up the past that should have been left in the past. We are reinforcing the chains of slavery that was abolished over 100 years ago. You are not helping the people of color by doing this. You're not being honest by utilizing textbooks that tell only part of American history. You sow discord between children when all they want to do is just play with their other kids. You give them a burden that is way too much to bear. Finally, you're not exercising wisdom. I've lost all confidence in this board and will be seeking for your removal from office. Scrap the standards.
Thank you, Paige. Michelle Shield. Michelle. All right, Michelle Shield. Michelleschiel.
She left.
Are you Michelle?
No, she left.
Michelle was 80. She left.
Okay, Michelle, so Michelle is not here. Okay. Crystal Davis. Welcome, Crystal.
Thank you. I'm from Franklin, Nebraska. My name is Crystal Davis, and I am reading this on behalf of Michael Connolly, 2022 candidate for Nebraska governor, as he is currently out of the country. He writes, CRT and CSE, two topics causing outrage among Nebraskan parents.
Crystal, I need you to stop for a minute. Legal counsel, would you address the speaker?
State law LB 83 requires that anyone speaking in public comment has to identify themselves. You've identified the speaker here as opposed to anonymous, so Madam President, I think this person can continue.
Okay. All right. You may continue, Crystal.
I may continue reading?
Yes.
Thank you.
Maureen.
Can I have that time back?
I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay. We'll just start.
I don't, here's a, Scott, I don't know that I heard, if we are going to accept that she's speaking for someone else, I don't know that I heard where that person is from, so just in a matter of consistency, did we?
How about I'm reading for my friend? I'm from Franklin, Nebraska. My name is Crystal Davis. My friend is out of the country currently at this moment. So CRT and CSE is what my friend writes. Two topics causing outrage among Nebraska parents and millions of parents nationwide. And the outrage is justified. There is no time to fully cover these topics. Comments are superficial at best. Let me set the stage for one. I remind you on behalf of my friend. For government, school, entry, employment, we get asked what ethnicity we are. We are told to choose between Asian, Black, Hispanic, and white. This is where the first problem is. We shouldn't separate based on where our ancestors are from or what our skin tone is. Years ago, my friend was working at a military lab and decided to check his blood protein. Several of the blood protein types were exclusively proteins of Africans, even an Asian blood proteins in the collection. They ran a few different TNA types, and turns out he's part sub-Saharan African. And it seems that his ancestors got on a boat forcibly and ended up in the Caribbean islands, eventually finding themselves in North Carolina, probably where Pirate Blackbeard sold his black pirate friends for the government there in exchange for a safe haven. This explains where his great-grandmother's name came from, Gracie Workman. Workman, get it? According to CRT, his long arms, along with the tight curls on his sideburns when they grow, those curly hairs from his Nigerian heritage are victims. His high-bridged and straight oppressive nose and his really white skin, it's oppressive. But wait, his nose is from his Swedish side of the family. Swedish farmers who fled the oppressive king in the 1800s are oppressors? Let's look at his white skin. That's his Irish side of the family who came over on ships as indentured servants, slaves. The white skin of his Irish slave ancestors.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you.
Justin Thiel. Welcome, Justin.
Justin Thiel, St. Laborie. Matt, on July 29th, you held a press conference after the release of the second draft of the standards. You stated that every student deserves to be represented in the standards. What about my girls? My girls who will unequivocally find their identity and purpose in a relationship with Jesus Christ. Something tells me that that demographic will never be represented in your standards, but that's okay. That's my job. Your job is to educate the kids, and as we've heard today, not doing a great job. During that press conference, you were also asked if you expected the controversy surrounding the standards, and your answer was, for me personally, no. I don't know how someone in your position can be so disconnected from the constituents that trust you with their children. It's beyond me. So, let me help you gain a little perspective. Say you and your family are in Walmart, and I approach you, and I start talking to your children, which you have, because you said that in the press conference too. I start talking to your children about anal sex and masturbation. You're going to call that guy behind you immediately, and rightfully so. But because it's in a classroom, you think you get a free pass? Absolutely not. That guy should be called on you for putting this in front of our kids. And if you ever saw me again, you would avoid me like the plague. Let alone let me spend any alone time with your children. That is how the majority of Nebraskans see you now: untrustworthy, predatory, and dangerous. You only have yourself to blame. You presented a second draft, but that draft is just as bad, if not worse, because now the people who haven't been following this think it's okay. Scrap the standards, and while you're at it, resign.
Thank you, Justin. Alexa Teal. Welcome, Alexa.
Thank you. My name is Alexa Teal. I'm a mother of 3 and proud wife of the man you just heard from. And I strongly oppose any form of these standards and believe they should be scrapped entirely. Commissioner, on July 11th, you sent a letter to the Nebraska school administrators. In that letter, you stated that, though the health education standards were drafted in a similar process as other content areas, it clearly did not serve us well in this instance. So I'm curious to know which other content areas had the input of radical activists, which other contents were copied and pasted from a global indoctrination agenda, which other content areas were pushed and financially backed by Planned Parenthood. I'm guessing the answer to those questions is none, and that you are trying to save face with the school administrators. In the letter, you also stated that you are not familiar with critical race theory, the guy who also promoted the 1619 project on the NDE website and can't send an email or make a public statement without using the word equity wasn't familiar with CRT? I'm not buying it. Finally, you said that concerns related to CRT are now becoming a significant distraction to the necessary education work ahead. Get used to it, because as long as you try to teach children to judge people by the color of their skin and not on the content of their character, we will be distracting. Your letter was filled with half-truths and whole lies. You nor the board can be trusted with educating our children. Scrap the standards.
Thank you, Alexa. Dallas Asher. Welcome, Dallas.
My name is Dallas Asher. I live in Omaha. In 1966, I joined the Marines and did 2 tours of duty in Vietnam. One day in our chapel service, a single missionary lady in her early 60s spoke to the Marines. She had been working with and teaching a tribe of Montagnards in the mountain area. The lady spoke lovingly of the people in whom she worked. In 1967, the Tet Offensive shook the whole South Vietnam. For a few weeks, there was a large amount of bloodshed. Her village had an encounter with the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong disrupted the village and demanded that the young men follow them and take over the existing government. Her voice began to fall, her eyes filled with tears. The young men that would not follow the Viet Cong were marched outside the village and shot. Then the Viet Cong came back in for the young pregnant women. They took their knives and slit the bellies of the girls and letting the babies drop. This happened over 50 years ago, but I still see her tears and feel her sobs. I'm telling you this because I see a parallel in what is happening in Vietnam and now in Nebraska. I wish I could say I was wrong in comparing you to the Viet Cong, but the Viet Cong had an agenda steeped in Marxism and communism. They chose to control the people by violent takeover. Because you have not been listening to the majority of Nebraskans, you are attempting a similar takeover. You are not slitting the pregnant women's bellies, but you are paving a way for the boys and girls, which often lead young people to the lobbies of Planned Parenthood abortion clinics where they themselves sacrifice their young. You are forcing compliance of the national sex education standards through promotion of CSE and CRT. There's no difference between those ideals and the knives in the hands of the Viet Cong. You are using them as weapons in your roles as supervisors of education. Remove the entire set of health standards. They are infested with CSE and CRT. We are held highly accountable.
Thank you, Dallas. Thank you. Sharon Klinecki. Welcome home, brother. Sharon Klinecki.
She left too. She left.
Rock Stala. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Rock Stala. I'm a lifelong Nebraskan, and I live in Grand Island. I'm a married father of 3, white male, if you can see, Christian and heterosexual. You'd probably call me cisgender. I believe in traditional marriage, and there are only 2 sexes, male and female. I also believe that you have to be highly educated or indoctrinated to believe otherwise. If a rancher tried your new sex standards on his cows, he would be bankrupt. This kind of ridiculousness only works in academia. It doesn't work in the real world. I live and work with a lot of blue-collar people, ranchers, people like that. Nobody's ever expressed the need for our schools to expand their education of, this kind of stuff. Now, you are trying to bully the average hardworking Nebraskan with your new woke ideology. You guys are the bullies. I'm not a racist. I've never had slaves. America didn't start slavery, we ended it. This is only causing division. It's not helping anybody. Everybody is now a victim. They're not going to be able to produce anything. It is not the job of the public schools to indoctrinate our children. It's your job to teach them reading, writing, arithmetic, etc. Educate, not indoctrinate. Thank you.
Thank you, Rock. Nancy Stala.
Good morning, or afternoon. My name is Nancy Stala. I am from Grand Island, Nebraska. I'm a business owner, wife, and a mom of a cute little 2-year-old boy. I'm urging you to totally drop these standards. Also, the equity lens material, what we call critical race theory, which you had in the first draft, and now you sneaked it in social studies guidelines. It needs to stay out. I'm here to protect my little boy, his future friends, and our future Nebraskans. My heart is broken over this. My opinion matters and should make a difference. 75% of my property taxes are paid to the public school system, not the fire department or sheriff's department, and certainly not private schools or school vouchers. Public schools get most of my property taxes. Do you represent me, the taxpayer? Without even talking to my 2-year-old little boy, this equity lens that you're pushing sees him as an oppressor, a racist, and teaches him to hate himself and other white people. He is the big bad oppressor because he is white. It teaches human worth based on race, sexuality choice, and religion choice. The number one target is white, traditionally married Christians. Why would you teach kids to bully my son and his friends? My son and his friends will succeed by their own good life choices, not because of the color of their skin, sexuality, and religion choices. Character is what kids need. Self-control, how to work together, hard work, diligence, respect, and to succeed in life by making wise choices. This school board is overstepping, and this must stop.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Kelly Lepler. Kelly Lepler. Rosemary Ray. Rosemary Ray. Diana Kinnan. Diana Kinnan. Amanda Ristine. Amanda Ristine. Pamela Frex. Pamela Frex. The next group of 16. We'll get it. There we go. Thank you. Teresa Carey. Mark Bartolek. Alyssa Martin. Patrick Martin. Ronald Brester. Carla Butler. Cheryl Hankinson. Gwen Easter. Franchin Blythe. Oscar Blumstead. Jane Kinsey. Christina Hilaire. Janet Johnson. Mark Bonkowitz. Susie Wilkinson. Dr. Jane Hanson. Please come forward. Teresa Carey. Teresa Carey. Mark Barknick. Mark. Alyssa Martin. Alyssa Martin. Patrick Martin. Patrick Martin. Ronald Brester. Ronald? Welcome, Ronald.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ronald Brester, and I'm a resident of Lincoln. Today, I come to speak to you as a peer, as a parent, as a grandparent. Our family unit in the United States is under attack from every direction in our society. All of your previous testimonial discussions really come down to the lack of respect for that family unit as it exists today. The social and sexual issues in our society should be left to the family unit to discuss when their child is mature enough and mentally able to understand and deal with them. It is not a one-size-fits-all scenario and should be forced on our students. It can and will cause more distress and damage to our children then it will be a benefit to them when CRT, comprehensive and sexual education are taught, when they may not all be ready for that information at the same time as some of their other peer classmates. This should and must be a parental decision as to when and under what circumstances these issues are discussed and taught to their children. Basic freedom of choice. Please, please, as a peer, parent, or grandparent, find it in your heart to do the right thing and completely ban CRT and CSE from our K through 12 schools and leave these discussions within the family unit where they belong in the privacy of their homes. For the last 18 months of COVID-19, we have heard almost on a daily basis to minimize the risk. So please protect our children and minimize the risk of exposure to these inappropriate topics in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Carla Butler. Excuse me, I'm out of order here. I'm sorry. Cheryl Hankinson. My cards got all mixed up.
That's fine. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Cheryl Hawkinson, and I'm from Cambridge, Nebraska, formerly from Lincoln, Nebraska. I am a former school psychologist, and I taught human services at Southeast Community College for 23 years, and I'll refer to that as SCC from now on. I taught child development, I taught adolescent psychology, I taught counseling skills, and I taught human sexuality to college students. When I started teaching at SCC, students came out of high school prepared for attending college. They also came prepared for entry-level jobs. They could express themselves clearly in speaking and writing. They could do the basic math, but slowly things have changed over the years. Students were graduating from high school not having the basics that they needed to succeed in our program or in entry-level jobs. At that point, we started requiring, and the college started offering, remedial math and remedial English. I believe that the State Board of Education has lost sight of the mission of the public school system, which is illustrated in Legislative Law 79712, which I won't read, but it basically says you're to concentrate on preparing students in math, science, social studies, and foreign languages. When it comes to health education, you are to, according to 79712, the only directive you've gotten is health education is to talk about drug abuse and use, and some about intellectual disabilities. Teachers are being asked to take on subjects that is not part of the mission.
Time. Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Gwen Easter. Welcome, Gwen.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. My name's Gwen Easter, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I am with the Early Childhood Interagency Coordinating Council and the African American Commission. I am not here on behalf of that commission or that council. I am here to ask you to stop the sexualization of our children. These health standards need to go. It is not the school system's job to push wealthy organizations, school unions, Planned Parenthood, LGBTQ radical agendas upon our children. We do not want your misleading surveys and reports to influence our children. Your job is to focus on math, reading, writing, financial literacy, and all history, including Black history. God is not confused. He created male and female. God loves all people. He loves all people. And we want people to know that we want people who have chosen to live the gay lifestyle, that Jesus does love him. But we only can give them what he gave us, and that is healing, deliverance, peace, love, and joy, and hope. We have to give our young people hope. You all are causing confusion when you tell children that they can change their identities. God did not create them to change their identities. God didn't create us to be lustful. God hates sin, period. Fornication, homosexuality, adultery, all of it is sin in God's eyes. Until we turn back to God and give our kids over to God, that's when we'll see the healing, the deliverance of children and our families. Our families are broken and hurting because we're trying to exclude God. We can't. He is our creator. He created all of us. And that's what we need to be teaching our kids. Teach our kids to love each other. Teach each other to respect each other. I'm a child care provider. I will not help you confuse children. I will not do it. So I'm asking you guys to stop this.
Time.
Let it go.
Thank you, Gwen. Franken Blythe.
My name is Fanchon Blythe from Lincoln. I'm here to oppose these health standards. I want to thank Governor Ricketts for standing up for our children. As of today, 53 school boards across Nebraska that have signed onto the Protect Our Kids in School resolution. Sad to say, Lincoln Public School has not, and I'm sure never will. Teachers need to teach math, science, reading, writing, and how about a second language, board members? Stop the indoctrination. The LGBTQ, XYZ, whatever, community is less than 2% of the entire population. Unfortunately, they are loud and proud and have a voice because of the news media. Draft number 1 was the evidence and proof of Nebraska parents that the sexualization of our children through CSE and the use of medically biologically inaccurate information is a primary goal of the NDE. Today, parents can still see this primary goal in many vaguely worded standards and some standards that still directly promote these ideologies. Draft number 2 is simply a watered-down version designed to trick parents to reduce their vigilance over the NDE. Parents were burned by the draft number 1 standards and cannot trust the NDE with its current state board members, commissioner, and employees. They must be replaced. Stop the standards. And District 5, 6, 7, and 8, 2020 is coming.
Thank you, Franchon. Carla Butler. Welcome, Carla.
Thank you. I'm from Lincoln. Just moved here a few years ago. It is perfectly normal is the sex ed study book that is being used, and it's visually sexually explicit. It is abusive. Abuse comes in different forms, which includes visual, physical, and verbal. And I'm sure you all have seen this entry-level porn book. Do you have children? Do you have grandchildren? Do you want your children seeing this and taught this? You know your children better than anyone else. So, you know when some children are ready to see and when some children are not. You know when some children are ready to hear and you know when they are not. So parents should have the right to choose when, where, how to teach their children. You and we need to know what's best, and we do know what's best for our children. Too much information too soon can affect our children, like in psychological, emotional, physical ways, which would cause shame, anxiety, fears, poor self-esteem, bedwetting, promiscuity, excessive modesty, and the list goes on. This sounds like state-sanctioned sexual abuse on children, and lawsuits, here they come. Do you realize that the highest offending sexual abuse is 12 to 14-year-old males, and 93% of them will repeat? Now, another interesting fact is that sex abuse lawsuits have increased tremendously. So watch out. Those lawsuits are coming here if you continue to make these decisions. Parents want to be primary educators of their children, and therefore,
Time.
it's a win-win.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Carla. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Oscar Blumstead? Welcome, Oscar.
Hello, I'm Oscar Blumstead, and I originated from the southwest corner of Howard County, northwest of Grand Island. And my parents originated from both ends of Sweden. And sorry, Sweden is now socialist. But General President George Washington said, "The Christian training of our youth is very important for the future of our nation." And in 1811, our Supreme Court said, "Whatever strikes at the roots of Christianity tends manifestly to the dissolution of civil government." And our Constitution is the law of the land, and what is not vested is not vested. Congress is vested as lawmaker. The courts are only vested to defend law and our Constitution, not to legislate from the bench. And Marxist indoctrination, Karl Marx was a parasite on his friend's father's capitalist business. But his idea of parasitic government appealed to others. He was the worst example of humanity. Of his 6 children, 3 died of starvation and 2 of suicide, even though at one time he received $500, which was a lot of money back then. And then John Dewey, educator, studied Marxism in Europe in 1928. That's over 90 years ago. Then introduced humanism into public schools through the National Education Association.
Time, Oscar. Thank you. Thank you. Jane Kinsey. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you. Jane Kinsey from Lincoln, Nebraska, with Watchdogs of Lincoln Government. I am also a licensed clinical social worker in practice at the present time. I am here to speak against these standards because I think the board has been caught up in the chaotic thinking of the present time. We've heard sad stories of rejection of people who are have announced that they are a minority, and that is very sad. However, schools and education cannot change that, nor can these standards. There are people who are devoted to bullying, to prejudice, to racism, whatever negative behavior that there is, and these standards and education cannot stop that. That comes from the home. And if we don't back up the home, we're sunk. It is the bedrock of any society, and when you start tearing down the family and its values and taking away their power and their authority, you are doing a doom to your society. The schools have taken up too much of the
prerogatives of the family. We need to get back to the bedrock purpose of education. I'm sure you have done this with conscientiousness, but I implore you, as many of the people here
Time,
have,
Jane. Thank
to
you very much. Time.
turn back from
Time.
this.
Christina St. Hilaire. Welcome, Christina.
Good morning, President and members of the board and guests. My name is Christina St. Hilaire. I am a Nebraska resident for the last 17 years. I'm the mother of 5, including 4 high school and college graduates and a 6-year-old. I would like to start by thanking you for the amendments made to the first draft of the health standard. I'm grateful especially for the many times students are encouraged to seek the advice of a trusted adult or parent in the new draft. I do feel more changes are needed and would benefit the students and families of Nebraska. I strongly disagree with the push to entrust children's education on sensitive topics like puberty, sexuality, and mental health to teachers, especially in a co-ed setting. This is the parent and the guardian's job. Schools, perhaps, could instead reach out to parents, to families and guardians, encouraging them to tend to such topics in the safety and privacy of their homes. Draft 2 of the health standards still usurps parents' rights to educate their children on these topics, with 3rd and 4th grade children learning about and discussing in some depth the physical and emotional changes that occur during puberty, and talking about the stigmas of mental health. 5th grade students discuss sexual assault and how to report it, and are supposed to identify personal hygiene products such as sanitary products and athletic supporters. Will girls be separated from boys in these proposed classes, or will they be lumped together to discuss topics that are uncomfortable even in segregated groups? I would also be interested to know in detail how teachers are expected to broach the topic of safe and unsafe touch with kindergartners and 1st graders.
Time.
Thank
you, Christine. Janet Johnson. Welcome, Janet.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking time to receive my comment. My name is Janet Johnson, and I am a resident of Papillion, Nebraska, and a constituent of the Papillion-La Vista School District. I would like to go on record that I am strongly opposed to the Nebraska Department of Education health curriculum standards. I was strongly opposed to the first draft and the second draft, and many of the people here today have stated eloquent arguments, so I won't go into that. But there are other reasons also that I would oppose these standards. These guidelines are first unnecessary, burdensome, and an invasion of families' privacy. Why are they unnecessary? Because the Nebraska State Board of Education was never commissioned by a legislative body to provide these unwanted guidelines as far as the individual school districts are concerned. They are well able to do this. It's as if the Nebraska State Board of Education has deemed the majority of parents as unfit, and therefore deemed that this board is the default provider of these very value-sensitive training in children. This is an example of expanding bureaucracy, too many layers of government. It is enlarging government and therefore enlarging the burden on teachers, school districts, and especially taxpayers. Once in place, it will continue to grow.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you. Mark Balkowitz. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Mark Bonkowitz. I'm a former farmer from Sidney, Nebraska. I live in Omaha now. I thought it was just good to review. It's been almost 5 exact months since the Nebraska Department of Education announced Draft 1 health standards. So this is a brief summary of the people who have come out in opposition of it. It's not a complete list, but it's a partial list. Governor Pete Ricketts, 30 state senators, Matt Ennis, who's given over a dozen presentations with 150 to 200 people per presentation, the Nebraska Catholic Conference that represents 250,000 people across the state, Nebraska Family Alliance, who represents 200,000 evangelical Christians across the state, the Protect Nebraska Child Coalition, 20,000 members, and that's just since April. Nebraskans for Founders Values, with thousands of members across the 93 counties in Nebraska. In addition, you've had thousands of parents who've opposed Draft 1, and I'm sure you're getting a similar amount of feedback on Draft 2. So I just hope and pray that you're listening and you can hear that the majority of Nebraskans are opposed to Draft 1 and Draft 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Susie Wilkinson. Welcome, Susie.
Hello, I'm Susie Wilkinson from Kearney, and I'm a mom, a wife, a Grammy, and a former liberal. When I was in my liberal stages, I would agree and with every single thing that's been presented today. But in my journey from going left to right, and my observations and my life experiences taught me, showed me, that these liberal ideas only lead to destruction and confusion. It's a lot of experimentation that you're trying out there on our children to see if your ideas will work and make a better world. And very many times, year after year, we have to, okay, the new math standards, they didn't work, our scores have gone down, let's go back and redo them. I just want to tell you that if you can maybe examine some of those liberal standards that I examined in my life, I felt it was like I was doing a lot of mental gymnastics, trying to make square pegs fit into round holes, and they don't work, and they don't fit. So I'm just asking you to please listen to moms and dads who love their children more than a teacher or anybody ever could, and then consider scrapping these standards. I'm not going to go into a lot of the other things that have been spoken today. They've been done by rock stars, eloquent speakers already, and we're almost to the end of your time, but I just thank you for sitting and listening to all this all day, and I really appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Susie. Dr. Jane Hansen. Dr. Jane Hansen. The next group. Rachel Gervas, Reagan Simons, Judy King, Dan Shear, Susan Coffey, Deb Fishbeck, here we are. Rayan Moran and Linda Carney. Please come forward. Rachel Gervas. Reagan Simons.
Good afternoon. I'm Reagan Simons. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. As the family goes, so goes the nation and goes the whole world in which we live. St. John Paul II. I oppose CRT and sex education in our schools because they don't value the dignity of each human person. I would love to sit down with every one of those high school kids that spoke earlier and just tell them, your identity does not come from your gender, your sexual preference, or race. Your identity lies in the fact that you are a beloved son or daughter of a God who created you for a purpose, and he has a plan for your life. That's your identity, and that is your inheritance. Kids in the OPS school district are only 30% proficient in math and science. 1/4 of incoming freshmen will not graduate in time, but the Nebraska Department of Education knows that. That's why you consistently give them a needs improvement rating every year, which is the lowest score possible. Nebraska schools can't even teach kids the basics, so please forgive me if I have zero trust in you talking to them about race and sexuality. I'm trying to raise my boys right. So many of the LGBTQ speakers earlier honestly have issues with their own parents, and the ND is not going to fix that by cutting parents out. I have the privilege of working with a group of schools, and our strategy is to equip parents, not teachers, to have those difficult conversations with their kids. Parents are the primary educators and caregivers, not you. Be honest, clearly this curriculum was written by pedophiles. I can't tell you the kind of hellfire that would rain down on the person who would read my 6-year-old a book like the one that was shared earlier, or someone would try to indoctrinate them by telling them they are a victim or oppressor based on the color of their skin. I teach my kids the way of Martin Luther King, so they'll judge people not by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. The way they see the world and humanity and God's creation is beautiful. I don't need people like you coming along trying to steal their innocence and corrupt them with this garbage. Stay in your lane. You're not the parents. I'm the mom. Scrap the standards.
Thank you, Reagan. Judy King.
You can teach me anything you want to teach me. I would take all of your education. So would my kids, so would my friends' kids. I'd love anything that you can give to us to make us more intelligent. I'm not stopped from God, saying that you have to learn certain things. I'm open to anything that you can teach me, and I hope that you can continue to do that. And I think that you're all intelligent enough to have your teachers teach us what we need to know. And I'm sorry for what you've had to go through with this crowd out here, because this is a busload of people that are QAnon. Can I have my time back on
Respect, please.
Okay. They're QAnons, no maskers, no vaccinations. They voted for Trump, and Trump lost. Trump lost, and I'm sorry about that, but you're going to have to deal with it. They don't believe in science. They shouldn't even be in this room with all of you. And Catholics have the worst pedophiles that there are in Nebraska. I fight the pedophiles. If you want to fight pedophiles, go after the Catholic Church. Some of the people in this room were at the insurrection on January 6th. And they're going to try to stop you from doing what you're supposed to do. And you need to stand up for democracy and keep teaching us everything we can. We need you. You need to be strong during this period, just like all those other people that like the police that held off that insurrection. You need to stand strong and do the right thing. There are people out there that will fight with you. Not these people back here. They're not American, and they are...
Time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judy.
Fight for democracy!
Dan Shear. Dan Shear. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you.
How did I luck out to follow that? My name's Dan. My name's Dan Shear. I'm from St. Paul. I'm vice president of the St. Paul School Board. And you guys all look like you're tired of hearing all this, but you brought it on all yourself. So you have to listen to it. I appreciate you all being here and listening. We had a law passed a couple of years ago that required every public school district to have a committee on Americanism. It was called the American Civics Committee, and they were supposed to meet twice every school year to discuss the curriculum with the teachers and the staff. And we have been doing that at St. Paul Public Schools now for quite a while. And we just had a meeting last February where we discussed critical race theory. And it had been on the internet all over for a long time, and we had a long discussion about it in February. And then in July, I get an email from our commissioner saying, I think his quote was, "I, like you, was surprised to even hear about critical race theory." Now, either that's not the truth, or it's hard to believe that a man in your position would not have heard about it when a small farm boy from central Nebraska has been talking about it for months. So I'm wondering if maybe you just got caught and didn't want anybody to know that you knew about critical race theory, and we're hoping you could sneak it into our curriculums. But as you can see, the public has found you out, and we're watching.
Susan Coffey. Susan Coffey. Susan Coffey. Deb Fishbeck.
Fisbeck, thank you. Hi, I'm Deb Fisbeck. I'm from Lincoln here, and I'm against the standards as well as CRT. Today I'm here to do what I was taught to do when I went to public school. Be open to learning, yet question everything, so I would learn to be bold, to own my own words. These are my own words: encouragement, hope for a better tomorrow, a love for our country, learning from history, elevating one's thinking, personal responsibility, being kind, structure through a schedule, friendship, honesty, and consequences. These are the traits that were taught along with reading, writing, and math skills. The values and skills that encouraged a oneness amongst the kids we learned was emphasized, not yet demanded. We danced through social fitness, learning where we fit in, fought to use our talents towards the things that truly mattered, whatever that may be per individual circumstance. But I always felt we knew our current fate was not final. We had opportunity to come from a source of abundance, not fear. Today we are encouraged the opposite. We are fundamentally teaching children to be a constant state of fear on one hand, and yet grooming them for the most horrific disgust that could happen to a child by manipulating their mind through pornographic pictures that have been stated appropriate because they were drawn as cartoon for children's better understanding. What are we doing? The schools are being used to breed division, a lack of love and empathy. Good teachers are not correcting bad behavior because they have been conditioned to be scared of a parent that has the opportunity to have them fired or put on leave. To repeat offenders, abuse are cloaked in the safety of the teachers' union, not to lose their tenure. The public school system has bowed to the demand of federal government when prior to 1965 was a state and local issue. The leaking of control over schools started slowly after the Civil War, continued through World War II, to the firebrush burning rate of involvement we see today. Do not teach our children fear. Give them a face we can see, an exuberant smile of hope, and a diligence for learning. That is what we send our children to school for. Be bold, own who you are, the confidence, understanding, and clarity. Do not mock the parents that put their children within your stance.
Ryan Moran. Ryan Moran. Welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Would you put the microphone down towards you? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
I am here from O'Neill, Nebraska, Holt County specifically, and I graduated in '03, and the things that we learned in school I felt was sufficient enough for sex education. Everything I learned prepared me. It taught me to prevent sex. It taught me that we got STDs and what to do with them, and I knew everything going on within my body, and if I didn't understand, they pointed me towards a counselor or to talk to my parent. I don't think it is the teacher's job to do that. There's a lot of beliefs in, well, all of it's not very good, but every child's different. I also have a child that's autistic that would never understand any of that. And putting a picture in front of her would teach her something she shouldn't know. And she wouldn't understand it was wrong. And there's nothing in there to prepare children with mental handicaps how to deal with that either. And so I think each individual mother, especially mothers that have children that are handicapped, should be able to speak to their children about that on their own. It shouldn't be up to a school board or anything else, and if the school board can't hear that, then we don't need one.
Linda Carney. Linda Carney. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you.
We saved you till last.
Yes, yay. Thank you. Thank you, members and representatives. My name's Linda Carney from Omaha. Planned Parenthood of Omaha was working its money very hard here today. I personally recognized 4 or more individuals here in the front row in the second wave as I saw them at Planned Parenthood, where I'm a volunteer on the sidewalk, offering women real solutions to real problems that Planned Parenthood does not offer. So it's interesting to see, dressed in the same clothes even, interesting to see him here hard at work today. Don't shove your standards down the throats of all. Keep choice at home, where it belongs, not in the classroom. As a proactive mom, I provide sex ed to any and all students outside of the school hours, where it belongs. My biological motherhood supersedes the Creighton University professor, psychology degree woman who spoke earlier, because I have the right to educate about sex ed as my kid's trusted adult without others misguiding them. It's absolutely been proven today that your standards are grooming 101 to make them used to talk the talk and walk the walk. As a teacher, a mom, a healthcare worker for 30 years, I am called, like you, to be the best version of myself today and every day. I teach sex ed outside the school hours, as I mentioned. Anybody can, and hopefully they do. And that means providing truth and beauty to my family and community, and that's not found in the draft. It still needs to be totally scrapped. As a primary educator of my children, I reject your draft, and again, it's been spoken and been heard by defeating CSE repeatedly. We will not stop speaking up and demanding that you provide truth and beauty. We are the majority that you are elected to represent.
This concludes our public comment period. Agenda item 3.2, written public comment. We have written public comments submitted from several members of the public. The written public comments are linked in the Spark data systems for each of you. These written comments have been made available to the board members prior to the meeting. Agenda item 4. The board will take a break. At this point of our meeting, we are at agenda item 5, discussion of the health standards. And as your president, I'm on information overload. And normally I would never say what I'm going to say, but I just need to go home and digest everything that's been said today. That's just how I'm feeling right now. Commissioner, I'm going to turn it over to you to add any comments, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, and again, thanks for the additional public comment, public input today. The reality for us last week, of course, we opened up a survey to take additional feedback from from the public, so I want to encourage folks to do that. We did discuss in committee yesterday about kind of the timeline in which we would try to do or try to accommodate so we can gather the input on this. We did have a very good discussion about how long do you leave open a particular survey to be able to do that in a meaningful way. Will we find additional new information that will come from that survey? And certainly we want to encourage folks to do that here over the next week. We really want to start analyzing the additional feedback instead of waiting like a very long time to try to analyze the feedback that comes in, starting by let's say the end of next Friday, I think is the date that we would want. So that's Friday the 13th anyway. And so ensure that we can go down that particular path. I see Deborah has a question. I just want to, I mean, basically, I don't know what the desire of the committee chair is. I know we had talked about a little bit of dialogue, but I didn't know if there's anything else that the committee chair might want to add to that. So Lisa, I didn't know if you had something else.
I do think that that week of input from the public on new information that we need to look at from the public moving forward to make our decision in the near future. Did you want me to go on with the plan?
Can I ask for a point of clarity or order? What part of the agenda are we on?
Item 4, I think.
We are on item 5.1.
Well, hold on.
Wait, when did we move or not go forward with 4.1? I missed that part.
There is no 4.1.
Yeah, there is. It's the discussion.
So on my agenda, that's in Spark, I see discussion of health standards 4, and then 4.1 was discussion item. So are we on the, oh, sorry.
Mine says 5.
Let me go back to.
We're looking at a different version apparently. So yeah, it's the same thing though. Discussion of health standards.
Your number 4 is correct, all right? If it's on discussion.
It's different on ours.
Is it not the one that's uploaded in Spark?
No.
Yeah, I think it is. It shows up as 4 underneath here because I think we had in a different your printed version had something else.
Mine is printed 5.
We just have a numbering issue there, so on the printed version.
And so what item are we on?
We are on discussion of the health standards. And that would be on your Spark agenda item 4.1.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I need to know if you want me to proceed as planned.
If you would like to.
I would. All right. Well, the Teaching and Learning Committee met yesterday, and we gave our committee report at that time. And now I'll open it up for discussion from board members about the health standards. So who I would like you to call on people as they raise their hands.
Well, I think it would be good if we had the Teaching and Learning Committee folks speak first.
Okay. Robin?
Just again, I'm a little bit like Jacqueline. Okay, are we saying that we are continuing? I'm hearing from the president that, are you saying to go ahead, or are you saying that we should stop now? Or
it's my desire. I'm on overload, so I probably won't be sharing anything today.
Okay.
But the rest of you are welcome to share.
All right, let me ask this. I'm hearing that from you, Madam President, and I respect what you're feeling because I'm on overload as well. I'm glad to have listened to our constituents and encourage them to go online and those that aren't here to give input through a survey or email. Right now, we've had a long day, we've listened, and now I need to know if you're feeling the way our dear president is feeling, and you want to assimilate everything that was said today, because we had several people that were here sharing information with us. It's probably close to 3 o'clock, and I need to know from my committee what your wishes are. Would you like to come back to this discussion at a later time?
I am prepared to share, if nothing else, with the other members of the committee, how I am feeling at this moment.
All right.
And I hope that we are given the opportunity to, as we process what we've heard today, as we look at what we're going to hear in the surveys, I hope that I have the opportunity that if indeed my thoughts at this moment change, I would be given that opportunity as well.
Sure.
But at this moment, I am ready to share with the other 7 board members, and obviously for the people who have remained or anybody who's watching online.
And that was our plan.
Yeah, so
That was
that
our
at least
plan.
they know where I am.
And I appreciate that. I need to know from my committee members. So, Patty, will you share your thoughts at this time?
I'll defer to Robin sharing first, but I believe it's very important for us to, I don't see this as the end of the discussion.
No.
But I think it's critical at this point that we have an open, honest discussion about where we are with the health ed standards.
All right. And so that was the plan. Madam President, do you
I
have
am
anything?
great with that.
All right. Because I was a little wondering if you wanted to change the direction, so we're going
I
with...
think I'm reviving now.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got some oxygen there. So going on as planned. We'll begin with our committee members. Robin, please share.
Sure. And I have visited with our esteemed president and asked her for maybe just a few extra minutes. I hope that she doesn't put up the stop sign on me. Anyway, I hope that everybody will allow me a few extra minutes. And I want to emphasize that these are my comments, okay? Not necessarily intended to be anything more than that. I've been an educator for 40 years, 38 in Nebraska, 18 years as a teacher and coach, 22 years as an assistant principal, superintendent. During those years, I always knew NDE was helpful, but I generally ignored them. And at times, I just found them to be an annoyance. And as for the State Board of Education, I only knew that they existed and really didn't know too much about them. Approximately 3 years ago, that changed. I was honored to be elected, and still feel that way today, to the State Board, a representative of the 7th District. And I soon realized that NDE was not only helpful, but crucial to the education success. And like the State Board of Education and its members, NDE is made up of people. Yes, real, honest to goodness people who care for children and educators while partnering with parents and guardians to do what is best for kids. As we all know, health standards have overwhelmed us. And we've just briefly talked about that again. But this stress has not stopped, in my opinion, the decision-making process. A process that has basically been followed to create 9 successfully used standards, used by our schools to provide, whether you want to believe it or not, a world-class education for the children of Nebraska. And that's not because of us, it's because of the teachers, and the administrators, and the parents, and all of those people that has made this a world-class education. And I don't care what I hear from those out there. It is a world-class education. Most recently, April, May, June, and July, the State Board and NDE have followed the process. And under the leadership of the board, under the leadership of the Department of Education, thanks to them, has created draft number 2 of the Nebraska Health Education Standards. Based on thousands of emails, even more surveys, hundreds of letters, countless phone calls, public comments, on and on, NDE has done what we, the Teaching, Learning, and Service Committee, has asked them to do, and that is to create health standards so our students, parents, guardians, educators, grandparents, and patrons realize that we are listening and responding. It may not be the way you want us to respond, but we have listened and we have responded based on not our analysis of that information, but the analysis of the University of Nebraska. And we have set the second draft based on that analysis. When I signed on the dotted line and took my oath as a member of the State Board of Education, I knew there would be tough decisions. And I believe we're pretty good at handling those decisions. But that doesn't mean I'm not human. I'm definitely imperfect. It has bothered me to be labeled and compared to Nazis, communists, and most recently, Viet Cong. Labels, comparisons hurt. But hurt does not equate my discouragement. More than ever, I am committed to the process that has taken us to a second draft. And while I am not a proponent of a third draft, if that is where the process leads us, I am willing to live with that. However, it is my belief that an up or a down vote should take place on the second draft sooner rather than later. As we look at our great state, the unicameral, the executive, the judicial branch, our Board of Regents, locally controlled county commissioners, city councils, school boards, all have a decision-making process. So why do we need health standards? I've heard that question many times. Why do we need them? We're not required to have them. We weren't required to have 4 of the 9 that we currently have, but you know what? They've been pretty successful, and I'm going to share with you a little story, and I could share with you many stories that have indicated that standards are good. I had the opportunity, because of this position, to interview 6 decorated career and technical education teachers, all decorated. Because I knew standards is a big issue and almost a nasty word, I asked each of them, have you used the standards that were set forth by the State Board of Education? Without exception, each answered yes, with explanation and enthusiasm. CSE. Regardless of what we want to believe, right or wrong, CSE has nearly been removed from draft number 2. CRT. I attended 2 of the governor's town halls, and the governor was mentioned, as he should be, as he's taken a real lead in this. I attended 2 of those meetings. They both exclusively focused on health standards. In the Grand Island Town Hall, at least 2 occasions, the governor was asked questions related to CRT. On both occasions, the governor said this: "This discussion is about health standards." I appreciate what the governor said. In Gothenburg Town Hall, the CRT was never mentioned. The focus was totally on health standards, and I believe at this time we should follow the good lead of our governor. That being said, I believe CRT needs to be discussed, but health standards should not be used as the vehicle to explore that topic. There will be more discussion on this, not in the health standards. Fighting and fixing. You know the saying, fighting is more fun than fixing. The process established by NDE should be the beginning of turning that saying around to saying fixing is much better than the fighting. Numerous times I have heard today scripture quoted. Irregularly, my daughter sends me daily devotions. Recently, she sent me a scripture, Paul's letter to the Romans in Romans 15, verses 4 and 5. Bit of background, by the way, the Jews and the Gentiles weren't getting along very well. Paul wrote, "The scriptures were written to teach and encourage us by giving us hope. God is the one who makes us patient and cheerful. I pray that He will help us, you and me, live as people with each other, living in peace." End quote. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Well said, Robin. Well said.
All right, moving on to comments from the... Mike. Oh, sorry. Moving on with 4.1 discussion. Patty, would you share your thoughts, please? I'd be happy to. Thank you. Over the past 4 to 5 months, there have been numerous opportunities for self-reflection. And through that self-reflection, I have found myself constantly asking important questions. And the first question is, what is my philosophy of public education? What purpose do I believe public education serves? I know my philosophy. I know what I believe the purpose of education is. But what I see in listening to and hearing public comment, responding to emails, is some of the angst with the health ed discussion is really centered around people's differing beliefs about the purpose of education. Now, I believe first and foremost that education needs to prepare in Nebraska's children to have the essential skills they need in order to be successful individuals. I think that includes health education. But I am not certain that I believe that comprehensive sex ed needs to be part of health education. I will be very honest about that. And it comes from my philosophy of education. Along with that, and tied to that, has been the question of what responsibilities and how much responsibility can public schools take on, not only for educating our children, but for raising our children. And I say it that way because having been in professional education for my entire career, 30 plus years, what I have seen over the years is the expectation for the Department of Education, for public schools to take on more and more and more responsibility, not just for educating youth, but for helping raise them. I understand why that has happened, because we have children coming to schools today with needs that we did not see even 10 years ago. I think as educators, there's always the belief that children need help, and we're a service group as educators. So if kids have needs, we try to meet them if they're not being met anywhere else. But I think it speaks to the necessity of not expecting public education to do everything for everyone, and that we need to rely on our communities. We need to provide support for parents so that they can continue to help in the raising of their children. A third question that has surfaced more recently over these past few months is just, will equity be attained by having standards? And I started thinking about that when the commissioner had the press release, press conference related to the release of Draft 2. And as I really thought about that, it took me to a presentation yesterday by Dr. Epler related to the English language arts standards. And the notion that standards are statements, statements of what we believe students should know and be able to do. But standards don't change behavior. As he noted with the English language arts standards from 2014, the standards were there, but that doesn't do anything if you don't have changes in instruction and you don't have changes in helping people figure out how to learn. I believe equity is important. I think we need to make certain that through systems of education, children, students, all students have the resources they need in order to be successful, right? That they have equal opportunity and access. That is not an evil notion. That's an admirable notion that all of us need to aspire to, that we want everyone to have opportunity. But I'm not sure that equity really is served through standards, particularly, I guess, what I would call individual equity. That kind of equity for me comes through relationships. Relationships with individuals. Every individual is unique. Every student I ever taught was unique, a unique person. And I believe through relationships, caring people in education and in the community come to know what the needs of that person are. And they work as diligently as they can to provide the resources to help that unique individual, regardless of what group that person identifies with or is put into, that it's a personal relationship, it's a desire to help a person, an individual, succeed. Finally, I've had a lingering question, and it was a question that was on my mind today as I was listening to a number of public comments. There were comments related to trust, not being able to trust the Department of Education not being able to trust us as a board. Trust right now is very fragile in our society. And if you think about the components of trust, it's a complex concept, right? It involves communication, consistency, competence, honesty, and you could probably think of several other components that comprise a sense of trust. I will honestly, well, I hope I'm always being honest, but I will acknowledge that I believe over these past 5 months, though it was unintentional, that we as a board have done some things or not done some things that have contributed to people not being able to trust us. Or we have fueled mistrust that was already there. I think it is critically important that we work to restore trust. And I believe the only way we can do that is by bringing some kind of closure or resolution to the health education standards. I would hate to see all of the health ed standards scrapped. If you read those standards, there are numerous things that students learn that are of great value, from injury prevention to prevention of disease, to nutrition. Those are concepts that are being taught currently in schools in Nebraska as part of health ed. But I also know that we are at the point that we need to have resolution to this. There needs to start to be a healing process, and we need to work to regain the trust of people in this state. I'm also struck by the last couple of days in particular, how I have a sense of erosion of trust even among us as a group. That saddens me. We have so much important work to do that we need to come together. We can have differences of opinion. It's important for us not to all have the same ideas, but we need to have trust in each other. We need to have open, honest conversations with each other.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Appreciate it. Maureen, you're on our committee.
Yes.
Are you up to sharing some
I am.
thoughts? Thank you.
Robin and Patty very eloquently echoed many of my thoughts, or brought some new ones to mind for me, so I appreciate that. I want to go back to an analogy I used within the Teaching and Learning Committee. And I continue to use it because my family uses it all the time. And sometimes I have to say it to my friends. There are two sides to a pancake. I want you to think about that. Most people in here like pancakes. When you pour the batter on the griddle, that first side gets cooked for quite a while until those bubbles all come up, and that's the clue that you turn it over. And once you turn it over, it doesn't take very long to finish cooking it. And since March, the side of the pancake that I have heard is the loudest part that we have all been hearing since April. The other side that doesn't get cooked very much, they also need to be heard. And I have shared in almost all, if not all, my emails that I have returned, my line of my desire and my true pledge in being a board member, in being a friend, in being a parent, is to represent all children. And all means all. And you can't nobody wants to eat that pancake until it's cooked on both sides. And that's how I see where we need to start the healing process of saying, well, we might not all like pancakes, but most of us do. And I want both sides cooked. I want to represent all students. I taught for 26 years. Some very close friends of mine are former students. I knew when they were fourth graders that they were so-called different. Their parents were able to acknowledge it. Most of them I'm Facebook friends with. I learned early on in research that 10% of students in every building / every district is, quote unquote, different, I guess is the word. I graduated in 1970, 51 years ago. Yes, I look like it, the wrinkles. I was able to attend my 50th class reunion last month. I graduated in a small town, classmates 36. 4 belong to that side of the pancake that doesn't get cooked very much. And guess what? I love them. One of them, being transgender, I have not seen since 1978, when she was my mother's head nurse when she had a hysterectomy. It's now he. He's never come to a class reunion before, and we meet every 5 years. He was there. And I hugged him. I gave him a kiss, and I said, I'm so proud you're here. And you know what? He's darn good looking. 2 of them have passed away, and we memorialized them. But we didn't say they belonged to a different group. I didn't even know it. Didn't even know about one of them. Does it matter to me? No, it doesn't. But I just needed to share all that because all means all to me. I heard young people today, and I like the word that somebody used. They are our future. We need to be listening to them. And I think we would be surprised how much they are yearning for the information that were in our original first draft. While I know I could not have voted for that first draft, it was too explicit. There are some words that I felt could have been left out, but I thought overall it was good. I've done a lot of checking with administrators around my area. One of them, I checked early on in April, and she said, they're what we need. This is a very large district, the district where I taught for 26 years, and where my daughter had a pretty good health education. I called her earlier this week, And I asked her, have you had a chance to read the revision? I have. Can you share with me what you think? Maureen, they are so watered down. They are watered down. She said here in Grand Island, our curriculum is so much greater. And she said, we have data to prove that the teen pregnancy that we have in junior high, we have the data to prove pregnancy is down. STDs are down. We have the data with the health department. That says volumes to me. And this second draft is missing a lot of that. And I said that before I even talked with her. And for that, I feel badly. I talked with the superintendent yesterday in my district. And he said, Maureen, I'm from the dark ages. But before I went into administration, I was a junior high teacher. And I know the things that we were teaching in junior high, and I feel pretty good about them. I really couldn't tell you what we're doing in elementary or in senior high. But what I told my board in April was, or in May rather, when there was going to be a second draft, they weren't anti the first, they weren't even going to talk about it. They wanted to see what was going to happen. And he said, I looked at them and I said, we're going to wait to see what that second draft is and what they end up adopting. And we are going to take a deep dive into making our health education / sex education so much better. And he said, I'm going to do it like Grand Island did it. The community. Grand Island brought the community together of parents and important individuals in that community and said, we need health standards. Tell us what we need. Their pregnancy is down since all of that started. It's a community, family, school, community partnership. Every community is different. Different cultures in different communities. But I can tell you that in Chapel, Nebraska, in Omaha, in Plainview, 10% of their students in their district is different. And I want them to be seen and heard in those standards. The one thing that's always bothered me, and I'll come to an end here, the one piece that has always bothered me, it's kind of twofold. I hear religion brought up. I feel like I'm a pretty good Catholic. And I've been told numerous times in emails, I see that you're a Catholic, you attend Blessed Sacrament. If you pass these standards, you are a sinner and shame on you. I believe in church and state being separated. And I thought that's what our Constitution says, separation of church and state. So with my Catholic religion, I do try to remain very neutral. Because I have to represent all kids. Just like President Bush had to represent all kids, just like President Obama, just like President Biden. Got to look out for everybody. We're America. And I have to tell you, so many of those emails talked about their Christianity, their quotes, which I'm great with. But then to finish up with saying, I don't want to talk about transgender. I don't want to talk about LGBT. I may offend some people, but I don't see that as being Christian. I kept hearing that today. I love them all. But you know what? They don't want the word LGBTQ or whatever you want to call it in there. And my question to each of you is that a dirty word? Back in 1970, it was a dirty word. A young man from Grand Island the other day said, our culture has changed. Our world has changed so much just in the last 10 years. And I added, in the last 51 years. So we need to keep those things in mind. Just like the superintendent said to me yesterday, Maureen, I'm kind of old school, but he knows he has to represent all kids. And he was meeting in a day-long workshop with GLSEN, Glenson. He said they have marvelous materials to look at. That made me feel good. So I'm just going to end with that. Patty brought up the importance of the NDE. The pandemic brought out to me to know that administrators looked to the Department of Education and the commissioner for help. Starting at the end of March, he held weekly Zooms from across the state. Those administrators were thirsty for his information. The department was way ahead of everything and already had stuff online for them. And people are saying, we don't have any trust in you. Well, the districts do have trust in the NDE. So, Robin, I'm like you. Way back when, I didn't know much about the Department of Education, even when I was a young teacher. But 25 to 30 years ago, I started paying attention when I got to know my local representative. And here I am today, and I'm proud of it. I'm going to end there.
I want to thank members of the committee for sharing their thoughts, heartfelt thoughts. Thank you, Robin, Patty, Maureen. It's been a tough time these past few months. We want to do what's right for every single child in the state of Nebraska. Not a few, not some. Every single child deserves to be recognized, taught, so that they have the resources and the opportunities they need to be successful, whether they choose a career, college, and especially to be successful in life. My dad was in the military for 30 years. I was a teacher for 36. But one thing I learned traveling to different locations, whether it was in Great Britain, Japan, it didn't matter. My father said, before each move and explaining where we were going, we're going to a different culture. We're going to a different place. I want you to accept their traditions, respect them as people. And you might see the Brits driving on what you conceive to be the wrong side of the road. Look at it as not wrong, but look at it as different. And I think that it's really important that we look at the whole child, their nutrition, their physical activity, keeping them safe from abusers, keeping them safe from sex traffickers. We need to come to closure on the health standards. After this week of input, we all want to see what people have to say more about the second draft and make a decision maybe in September or October. But NDE and the state board have really other important work to work on. We need to revise Rule 10. We need to look into so many other things that are mandated. And so I hope that as we move forward, we respect one another and we keep what I said before, and as my colleagues have eloquently said, whether they said all children, or like I said, every single child needs to be treated the same and respected and taught what they need to know to be successful in life. And I guess we're moving on. So I'll open it up to, I'm turning it back over to President Nichols to maybe get input from the other. Okay.
It's time that we hear from the 4 members that are not on the Teaching and Learning Committee if they choose to want to speak. Vice President Koh-Johns.
Well, I'm not sure that we are as prepared as you were, but as I sat here and listened, I realized that I've been taking notes throughout the whole day, and I've been thinking over and over and over again as we explore what the health standards should include, just exactly where I stand on them. And today cemented some very important life philosophies for me. And I always have this little mantra in my head before I present when I'm really worried about what I'm going to say. And I learned it, we've all talked about church, but I learned it at church. I was a lector, and even though I was a speech teacher, when things really mattered to me, I got very nervous. And so when I'd go up, I'd always say to my maker, I'd say, remember, this is not about me. This is about the people out there and your message. So if I'm a little nervous today, the mantra came back to me, and so I decided to go right away. So I taught for over 40 years, and I taught in Arkansas, Missouri, and Georgia, and finally back home in Nebraska, and in rural and urban schools. And I want you to know that it was the greatest honor of my life to be a teacher. And when I retired, I walked out into the parking lot and said to 2 of my best friends, I think I want to be on the state school board. And I said, would you help me? And they said yes. And for me, that took a lot of courage. But I really looked at the presentations today and was so astounded by the courage of the young people that came here today to speak. And I kept saying to myself, I hope we as a board have the same courage that those young people did today, because coming to speak to this group that is supposed to be elite, we all know that we're human and ordinary people, but to them, the state school board sounds pretty big. And to come and stand in front of us and tell us exactly what they felt, and not just what they felt. They didn't deal just with feelings. These young people didn't. They dealt with facts and statistics and data and personal references and stories. And I couldn't help but think, wow, some of these people are presenting, are doing presentations that are so much smarter than we are. because they've done their homework. They're not just working with what Aristotle would call pathos. They're working with logos too, the facts. These are the facts. Now, that's not to say that there wasn't pathos in it, but I want us to have the same courage as we represent them. Robin, we did make a promise when we decided to become part of this board. You and I have talked about that, and to live up to that promise is a matter of courage for us that those kids displayed today. And our promise was, we said that we would educate and protect our students. Educate and protect. And we did not say that we would educate and protect some of our students. We said we would educate and protect each and every one of our students. So today, as I was listening to those young people, these are some of the things that I heard from them of the marginalized groups that made me think that draft number 2 is inadequate. Draft number 1, I felt like needed a few minor changes in language as well, Maureen. But compared to draft number 2, I thought it was the better draft. And what I heard from those young people was that young men were learning more about human development and health standards than young women were, and young women were being left out in a lot of things, and so they were more vulnerable to things that were happening. LGBTQ 1A students were more vulnerable. And what I heard from them is, and that we have not talked about, is that in order to learn in school, you have to be free from trauma. And if you've studied education lately, you've heard the word ACEs. And what happens with that is that if I come to school and there's been trauma at home, fighting and all of that sort of thing, then, or I don't have a place to sleep, or I don't have enough food, that kind of trauma makes it impossible for me to learn. And so those children come to school, and not only do they have trauma from their families, they come to school and face other kinds of trauma within the school. And then there was one young lady that talked about being Latino and having religion get in the way of knowing about her own identity, her own beliefs, her own sexuality. So we heard people expressing, these young people expressing the roadblocks to their identity and to their sexuality. So I thought we needed to take a look at that. I really believe that they kept repeating these, that family status and sexual orientation and gender differences needed to go back into the document, and I believe that's true. Some of the adults talked about the little child coming from the biblical quote, but I feel like our responsibility is also to the little child, the middle child, the high school child, and that the students that we looked at and listened to today were all children of ours, every one of them, that needed to be educated and protected by the State Board of Education and the Nebraska Department of Education. One young woman said, "Another failed child." She told her story, and she said, "Another failed child." And she said, then she lived the rest or a good part of her life with shame because of her ignorance. And so there is nothing worse than ignorance when you're trying to face the world and trying to solve problems as a young person. And so anything that we can do to prevent the anecdotal story that she told of what she faced. By getting rid of ignorance, we should do that. One last thing that I wanted to say was that in the discussion of this with our audience, one gentleman said, I hope you consider the thousands and thousands of people who are represented by the people who are speaking here today. We have 247 schools, or 42 someplace, 44 schools, it kind of fluctuates, in Nebraska, and we received information from 50 schools. And a lot of the people that spoke to us represented one or two or three groups. And so I think there are a lot of other people that we have not heard from. So I want us to keep that in our mind. And I also want you to know this, that in those 40 plus years, I taught thousands of students. So numbers are important, but they're not necessarily all important. And I wish we could be like those little children that were discussed today here. And that is, I watch all my little, my two little granddaughters and all of their little cousins and that sort of thing play, and they don't care about labels. They only care about each other. And as teachers, I think that we need to have the courage to do what is right, and that is to educate all children to their full potential as best we can, and to prepare them to have good lives, to be able to live in this world.
Deborah or Jacqueline?
I can go. So I wrote down my comments, which is something I rarely do. And so if people were wondering why I was looking at my computer today, it was because I was writing down some things to say. Crisis and confidence. Those are words that they said came from our commissioner. The process did not serve us well. Another quote that they said came from our commissioner. And I want to say, if you think that there is a crisis in confidence among the public and the Nebraska Department of Education, I want to make it clear that there is a crisis in confidence between me and my fellow board members, and moreover, me and the Nebraska Department of Education. When the standards were first rolled out, I supported and I defended the Department of Education. I believe that the Department of Education sincerely wanted to be transparent, not political, and to get this right. And I told people, my words to the people of Nebraska, that in the second draft, I would make sure that we did just that. Yet in the release of the second draft, I was proved wrong. And everything that the public felt and said, I felt it too. Last week on Monday, the 26th, I received a text from our commissioner that stated I could access the health standards online and that they would be reviewed by the teaching and learning community. Teaching and learning committee. There was still review to be done, but I should plan for a public release next week. That would have been this week, indicating I had a week to review and consider the second draft. On Tuesday, the very next day, while driving to Kearney for the Nebraska Department of Education Day Conference, I received a subsequent text from the commissioner stating that he hoped I had had a chance to review them, because they were now planning to make the standards public on Thursday rather than wait, indicating I only had 2 days to review them. However, I didn't even have 2 days to review, because when I walked into NDE Day on Wednesday, the superintendent sitting beside me said they had already received a copy. And the most controversial topic that we've been dealing with for the entire year, I got less than 2 days to review, which means in reality, I don't think people cared about my opinion. So us talking right now, to me, is performative. Because if staff truly cared about what board members thought, or if other board members on the committee cared what I thought, my thoughts would have been more important than rushing this through because of a request from schools. While I'm sad that we've spent so much time on these standards have shown me the flaws in our own system. Because I can't think of any other place where a board would allow someone that they hire to go around them, not seek their opinion, in an effort to appease other stakeholders. That's the definition of political, something I've told the public we would not do. But what bothers me more than the lack of transparency in this process is the complacency with my board and how it happened, because I shouldn't be the only person upset by this. It seems consistently that when we ask a question about our authority or something that makes people uncomfortable, we're asked, well, aren't you a governing board? Or are you a policy-making board? And should you be getting into the day-to-day operations of the staff? My understanding is that some board members have also been told that we better be careful with our actions or else the legislature could take away our authority. These, in my opinion, these types of comments are inappropriate and frankly make me uncomfortable. And in fact, I spoke with several of our state senators this week on both sides of the aisle. And I can tell you they're more concerned with the actions of the department and the administration of this process than they are with us as board members. They're concerned that we as a board haven't exercised more assertiveness with the authority that we've been given. So let me remind my fellow board members where our authority comes from. The State Department of Education shall be comprised of a State Board of Education and a Commissioner of Education. The State Board of Education shall have general supervision and administration of the school system of the state and of such other activities as the legislature may direct. We are the State Department of Education along with the Commissioner. Additional legislation says the State Board of Education, acting as a unit, shall be the policy-forming, planning, and evaluative body for the state school program. Another statute. The Commissioner shall, under the authority of the State Board of Education, shall act under the authority of the State Board of Education. The Commissioner shall have the responsibility for carrying out the requirements of law and of board policies, standards, rules, and regulation, and for providing for educational leadership and services. The board's policy, standards, rules, and regulations. Yet I have to hear constantly from fellow board members about what the Commissioner wants or what staff said. But what about us? What about what we want and who we were elected to serve? My frustration is not with the people who were courageous enough to come today and speak out about how they feel. I applaud everyone who came here, no matter what side of the aisle they are on. My frustration has been with this process and the lack of transparency among the Department of Education and this board. As one small example, we were told that the University of Nebraska and Lincoln data would be evaluated, taking in all of the surveys that were received about these standards. We would look at them, we would consider them going into the next draft. And do you know when I received that report 2 days ago, a week after the standards were released, which means we didn't have an opportunity to even see the report before they were released. So if I'm being honest, no member of the Teaching and Learning Committee reached out to me to ask about my opinion on these standards. No writer on the rewrite committee spoke to me. No list of proposed changes were sent out to me as a board member. I'm not comfortable saying it's not my job and that my only job is to approve or not to approve. We are legislatively the policy-forming body of this department, along with the Commissioner. As far as where I am personally, I vacillate. I go back and forth. On one hand, I have kids, constituents, depending on me to be their voice and to get this right. And when I ran for this seat, I promised all the LGBTQ+ youth and families in my district I would fight for them. In fact, at my kickoff, there was an LGBTQ plus child who introduced me. And the majority of the support for the first draft came from my district. My district, by and large, were supportive of the first draft. And like Maureen, I believe all means all. We have to look out for all children. And some of you may have been here earlier. Some of you might not have been able to see this if you're listening online. But there were children, some young people who walked in, and they sat in the front rows, and people got really upset that they were sitting in the front row. And there was a crowd behind them who was upset to the point that they came and started yanking papers and signs off the chairs. And as those children and young people got up and went to the back of the room, other people came and filled those chairs. And immediately it came to my mind the pictures of the Little Rock Nine, the pictures of little Ruby Bridges walking into schools for the first time to integrate those schools where they were different. And there were large crowds in opposition. There were people who didn't want it, people who were afraid. But just because the crowd was the largest, it didn't mean they were right. And when we look back at that now, we know there were people on the wrong side of history. There were people who didn't want integration. They wanted segregation because it was uncomfortable and it made them afraid. And so when people say they have the loudest voice or the most people, it doesn't mean that's always right. Now, the other side of me wants to table this entire discussion about health standards because I am not confident in the process. I have not been confident in the process because how can we expect the public to trust us as a board if I, as a board member, don't even trust this process? I want to pass something for my district because the kids in my district need something. They're begging for something, but I don't know that this process got it right. So where I am personally on this issue is I want a third draft. I want to see a third draft, but I want to see the process right.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Deborah.
Thank you. And I just want to thank all of you who have stayed this long. Like, oh my gosh, thank you. And especially to Senator Albright's staff who's here. Thank you all for being so involved in this process. And I want to assure you that I'm the last person, right, to comment. So we're almost over. But I do want you all to settle in because this is going to be long. This is my very first opportunity to say anything about the standards. I spoke for maybe a minute in April at a board meeting, not knowing that was going to be my last opportunity to have any input in the standards, and so I do have a lot to say. I do want to start by thanking my fellow board members for all the time and energy that they have put into working on the standards. I also want to thank the staff that led the efforts. I know it has not been easy. I recognize that this work was done during a pandemic and during other conditions that made it definitely not ideal. I also understand there was a lot of confusion about the process because we don't have it written down, and so there isn't one way of putting together standards and how we use our advisory committee, because I have called a lot of people that have worked on standards in the past to better understand that. And I'll own some of the confusion too. Oops, I just lost my, I'll own some of that. Some of that was just my own confusion because I've only been on the board for 2 years, and it really does, there's a lot to learn. Also, my apologies to Board Member Morrison that you had to sit today and listen to a tremendous amount of racism. I'm sorry. That had to be very difficult. And I'm sorry, Dr. Blumstead. I was really sorry that your family was threatened today and that you were personally threatened multiple times. And Dr. Vargas, I'm sorry that you were incorrectly accused and attacked because you wore a colorful mask that someone inaccurately believed had dangerous symbolism. And I'm sad about our board president who's had attacks in her own yard against her property and her pets. I'm sad about all of the attacks on the Department of Education today as well. Overall, I believe we have a top-notch leader who has hired top-notch staff members. We may not agree 100% on everything, but I believe we have a top-notch staff who cares tremendously about the youth of Nebraska. And if people are concerned about some of the data around achievement in our state, then they obviously aren't paying attention to the social challenges that our schools have to address today. Schools aren't just about teaching our kids. There's a tremendous amount of social work that goes into that responsibility of educating our youth. And I want to thank the 4 members of the Teaching and Learning Committee, Lisa, Robin, Patty, and Maureen. I know you've all had it very hard, and I know you have all done a tremendous amount of soul searching. And I don't have any doubt that your motives and intentions were good, and I know you all believe that you are doing the right thing for the Department of Education by releasing the second draft. If we had a vote today on the standards, only because I don't believe in the process, because I too have lost faith, I would vote against the standards. I personally would like to see us start over at a future time when we are more prepared and when we've had more discussions as a board about the processes, about transparency, and about our values as a collective board. And when I talk about transparency, I want to come back to Patty's comment about trust amongst us, because I believe you build trust by having inclusivity, good communication, transparency, and accountability. And I don't believe, and I'm not blaming anybody, but I'm just saying this process did not have those things, so there was a lack of trust during this process. But also, I want to talk about our values as a board. Everyone entered into these discussions after a pandemic which caused upheaval in our lives. We were also a new board that had not worked together in person very much. And while I initially thought our values as a board were spelled out in our non-discrimination statement that we all passed unanimously in 2019, I realized that maybe that statement needs to be reviewed again, because 2 of the board members that are with us now were not part of that process. We have talked in the last couple days about having a retreat, and during that retreat, I do hope that revisiting our non-discrimination statement is a major part of that discussion. Maybe we even need to vote again on that statement, even if it was only a symbolic vote. But just to really understand if we even agree on what equity is. I'm hoping we can also discuss some of the ways that we can work on being more culturally sensitive as a group, and that we can find ways as a board to focus more on our stated equity goals. I personally believe that equity is not a concept that should be relegated to one committee and to 4 board members. That gets us nowhere, as we have seen. The equity goals that our board has passed and professed should be a part of all of our agency's processes and all of our board's decisions if we are really committed. I am also hopeful that we can get together and find ways to work more efficiently as a board and study how other similar boards conduct important business. I have admired what I have learned about how the Board of Regents conducts their work to study issues and utilize outside scholars and academics, and how they have opportunities to work on challenging topics together, and how they also understand the need for bold actions occasionally. Over the past few months, I have heard from staff and board members a tremendous amount. I guess what I'm saying is I've heard a lot of anecdotal information that's been thrown around in conversations. I heard about what certain superintendents might have said or not said, what certain state senators have stated, what the governor was threatening, about the threats to the State Board of Education, and all of these topics all seem to me personally like topics that took our board away from what should really be our primary focus, the kids, the science, and what is going to make our kids thrive in the world that they're going to be living in, not the world that we grew up in, but the world that they're going to be living in. Also, I want to add a data point of significance that the superintendents that have written to us and said that they oppose our standards. I want to point out that as of yesterday, I don't know if we got any new superintendents today, but as of yesterday, those superintendents only represent 10% of the student population in Nebraska. And I want to say that again. They represent 10% of the student population in Nebraska. That is not a large number of students that they represent. And yet we have talked about how superintendents, are weighing in large numbers, and those aren't large numbers. We have 240 superintendents that represent 90% of the population, and they haven't weighed in, at least not in a formal way, although I know all of us have had conversations one-on-one with the superintendents in our districts. Even though they are not representative of the majority of the state, as I said, we do appear to have given them a lot of weight that is not proportionate to the student body that they represent. I also want to add that our non-discrimination clause did not say that we should only have non-discrimination values when it is convenient for us, or when we are politically supported by the legislature, or when the governor supports us doing so. I want to mention at this point what you said about CRT not being a part of the standards. And you know this isn't personal and how much I like you, okay? But since the governor has weighed in, I mean, what people are not talking about is our health standards include entire sections about mental health and about social emotional learning. What social emotional learning is about emotional maturity and how to get along with everybody. And when I first came on the board, the whole manufacturing industry in Nebraska, their leader came in and told us the most important thing that we can be teaching kids to prepare them for jobs once they graduate is to make sure that they have strong social emotional skills. And what that means is how to get along with other people. Those are crucial to being successful. And I don't know how you talk about getting along with other people if you're leaving out talking about the GLBTQ community, and if you're not, we have completely erased the word racism from the second draft of standards. How do you talk about getting along with people if you don't even acknowledge the fact that we do have a society that is racist in most all aspects of our life, and that racism is racial bias along with other biases do permeate our school systems, and that's not me talking, that is decades of research that show that. And how do we talk about social emotional learning and mental health and health standards and completely take out these words related to gender, related to orientation, and related to racism? I don't get that. Sorry, now I have to get back to my notes. Okay. I've not read anything in the state board rules that says our primary goal is to make decisions that help perpetuate our roles as board members. And I'm not saying that anyone has done that on the board, okay? But the anecdotes I've heard throughout this process and the discussions I've had have had nothing to do with supporting our GLBTQ youth had nothing to do with making sure that we elevated conversations around racism instead of deleting them from our standards, and I heard nothing about respecting the dignity of all youth. These might be conversations that others had in their closed groups that nobody would share, but those were not any ideas that anyone talked to me about. And frankly, I'm hoping that the conversations to water down our second draft, I'm kind of hoping that they were based on political discussions, because the alternative is something that would be concerning to me. That people believe that we should just erase the GLBTQ community, erase racism from our standards. I'm hoping that those decisions, anyway, I'll move on. I've always believed that we as a governing body have a moral imperative to stand up for the youth that don't have the same supports that we all had in this room. I also took this board position because I believe that we're here as board members to advocate on behalf of our youth and to understand that many youth do not have the same affirming homes that we've all had. And maybe that comes from the fact that I've been a foster care parent to 8 youth, that I have had insights into what other family dynamics look like. And I'm saying there's a lot of good foster homes. I know that's, but that's just my lens. Anyway, but it is our job to make sure youth are prepared to be competitive in the world that they're going to be graduating into. And as the World Herald stated in their endorsement of the first draft of the standards, their words, "We should not lose sight of the need for the next generation to understand the complexity of modern society and to reject any way of thinking that makes a child vulnerable to harassment and prejudice." Have we done that with these standards? Not with the second draft. I've always been proud of our board's nonpartisan approach to issues. None of us have ever allowed the see, now I can't talk because it's so late in the day. All right, none of us have ever allowed the politicizing of the work that we did. And for the longest time, I'd say I didn't even know the political party of most of the people that I worked with, because it's never been a thing. None of us, and I want to remind everyone that, and this is for the public, because I know our board members already know this, but it's important to note that focusing on equity is not a political issue, even if there are some that are trying to make that a political agenda. But instead, equity is a moral obligation that we have. And I thought my peers on the board shared that as their primary lens that we would consider when making all of our decisions, because that's what we said we were going to do when we wrote our non-discrimination statement and unanimously approved it. Perhaps some people are going to call me naive to believe that maybe we have a responsibility to help others outside of our own circles, that we should be interested in uplifting more people than just our own families, our own school districts, and our own personal religious beliefs. I definitely respect the role of parents, and I value their input. I wanted them to help us with the nuances of that first draft. My parents sent me to Catholic school for 12 years, and they've played an important role in my development as a human. My parents go to church every day, and they're just some of the most religious people I've ever met. Lost my train of thought. And even though I truly value the role of parents, I also keep in mind, and this is important, that when we receive 30 letters a day in 3 days, and they all say the exact same thing, that isn't hearing from parents. That's hearing from political machines that are putting out these talking points and going around having town halls and really inciting people with misinformation. I have had thousands of emails, or hundreds anyway, and I have had so many phone calls. There was one day last week, I put 22,000 steps on my watch, just walking around my house, being on the phone, listening to constituents. I mean, and I know we've all done that. We've all talked to our faith leaders, we've all, but listen to the parents. But the emails that we're getting that are all just the same repeated political talking points, that's not the same thing. That's politics. I also believe in science and research, and I know that I can listen to both science and parents, and we can still support all youth if we are willing to listen and learn and compromise. This second draft was not a compromise. It was a whitewashing through a process that I find concerning. I want it made clear that the urban areas of Nebraska were not represented in the discussions about these standards. We did not have a seat at the table to discuss or have input into that second draft. I never want to make our discussions about urban and rural, but I do want to make sure that everyone understands that the urban districts were not represented in any way in these discussions that led to the second draft. The districts of Omaha, District 8, and District 4, some of you might know, we have some of the highest numbers of STDs in the country, all right? So you can't tell me that kids aren't having sex, because they are, and they're getting STDs, and it is a huge public health problem in the Omaha area and throughout the state. Also, the people, these same districts of Omaha have the highest rates of free and reduced lunch, the highest number of black youth, that are going to be impacted by the removal of all the discussion about race that was removed from that first draft. We also have the highest refugee population, and let's see. I'm going to just jump ahead, save you guys some. All right. I would hope for Nebraska that our education standards would be written by parents, experts, scientists, educators, but definitely not by politicians. I hope, which I include us in that group, that we shouldn't be writing those standards as was done. I hope in the weeks ahead we have more opportunities to listen and to discuss the science. Maybe we can actually hear from real experts, as I have been requesting all along. I also hope that we have more opportunities to talk to each other because, as I said, frankly, my district was definitely not represented in this process. And I hope that we can, as a board, discuss our non-discrimination statement and our equity lens and their appropriate role in the work that we do as a board. All right, one final thing, just based on some of the notes that I heard today. I want to just repeat what you said, Maureen, about I do think our superintendents trust us. I mean, all the ones I talked to in my district have very positive things to say about NDE. And I also want to just make it a point, somebody today was pointing out how we're all paid, and I just want to remind people that we aren't paid. We have spent the last 2 days in meetings and every other day this week researching, talking to people, responding to emails, studying topics, and we're all doing our best. And I appreciate all of you. I'm done. Okay. Thank you.
Any final comments? Lisa, Chair? Microphone.
No. I want to thank everybody for sharing their thoughts, very heartfelt thoughts. And moving forward this next week, now through August 13th, getting more input through email or survey on the website so that we can look at that, study it, analyze it, and move forward. And just keeping every single student in mind as we work through this process. So thank you, Madam President.
Commissioner, do you have anything else to add? Okay. Agenda item 6, adjournment. Thank you for those who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. As needed, a work session will be held on Thursday, September 2nd, at a time and location to be determined. A business meeting will be held on Friday, September 3rd at 9 o'clock at a location to be determined. The August 6, 2020 State Board meeting is adjourned.